September 8th. It is 9:31 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, and with us today is Courtney Tyler, Assistant to the Clerk of the Board, and Margie Argel is assisting her. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. It's a hybrid meeting, so we have both an in-person component here in Sacramento in the Cal EPA building, and additionally, you are either watching us from our traditional live stream cast on the YouTube website or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any items today, you should be on the Zoom platform. We only have two items left, but one item of significance. And if you intend to comment on that item, you need to have filled out a speaker card. I'll repeat some of these instructions on how best to submit that here in a moment. Additionally, if you're here in person, welcome, good morning. I'm going to go through some quick evacuation procedures. As you can see, please note the nearest exit. If there is an emergency and we need to evacuate, we will calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. If you are in the room and you intend on commenting on today's item, there is a sign-up sheet here over on the left. And please do silence any noise-making devices so we can have an uninterrupted discussion today. With that, we don't have public forum today, and so we can get into our first item. I have a statement here. The next item of the state is the State Water Board consideration of adoption of the proposed statewide National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System construction stormwater general permit. Staff will provide a presentation, and interested parties will have the opportunity to orally comment on the proposed permit. After hearing the staff presentation and public comments, the board will consider adoption of the proposed statewide permit. If you intend to speak on this item, please fill out the virtual speaker card and mark it proposed construction stormwater permit and submit it according to the directions on our website. You can also sign up on the computer by the clerk at the front of the meeting room. I will call the speakers in the order that we receive them, but I will also allow public officials and representatives of organizations to speak first. When you begin speaking, please state your name slowly and identify the organization that you represent, if any. I'll now introduce our staff that will be providing the staff presentation and available to answer any questions. From the Division of Water Quality, we have Brandon Rosenboom, Cabe Silverham, Amy Cronson, and Diana Messina. From our Office of Chief Counsel, we have Serena Liu and Ryan Mallory Jones. And with that, I'll hand it over to folks for presentation on the item. Brandon, you're going to kick us off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. My name is Brandon Rosenboom, a water resource control engineer with the Division of Water Quality's Industrial and Construction Stormwater Unit, and the lead staff on the reissuance of the statewide NPDES Construction Stormwater General Permit. It is with great excitement that I am before you today to provide information on the permit for your consideration of adoption. Next slide, please. The objective of this presentation is to provide a high-level overview of the Construction Stormwater General Permit and how staff are proposing to change it through the reissuance. Next slide, please. Let's begin the presentation with providing context on why the Construction Stormwater General Permit exists. The Clean Water Act, adopted at the federal level, prohibits certain discharges, including stormwater, to waters of the United States, except for those that comply with a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. The Construction Stormwater General Permit is a specific NPDES permit that regulates discharges of runoff generated by precipitation over a construction site and other areas of active land disturbance. The State Water Board adopted the existing Construction Stormwater General Permit in 2009. However, it expired in 2014 and is administratively extended until the effective date of a reissued permit. NPDES permits are typically reissued on a 5-year cycle, which provides the opportunity to update the permit to accommodate new laws and regulations, as well as change ineffective requirements. Next slide, please. Needless to say, the permit reissuance process has been extensive, having started back in 2016. Since then, staff has conducted over 40 focused meetings with interested parties and stakeholders, released 4 drafts to receive formal and informal feedback on the proposed requirements, and hosted 6 public workshops to educate the regulated community on the ongoing proposed changes and permit requirements. And now in 2022, we are participating in our third meeting in front of the board to inform your decision making and address any questions or concerns. Next slide, please. The proposed permit consists of three main parts: obtaining permit coverage, implementation, and terminating permit coverage. And staff has revised, added, and removed certain requirements. The more significant requirements are highlighted here in blue, and those are the ones that have changed. Next slide, please. Staff has proposed several regulatory changes, which include a permit effective date of September 1st, 2023, a 3-year regulatory transition period for existing projects under the 2009 permit to continue coverage, and that starts 2 years from the effective date of the proposed permit. And then we've included the notice of non-applicability criteria, which allows dischargers to demonstrate that they do not discharge to waters of the United States and therefore do not need permit coverage. We have improved the notice of termination process, allowing dischargers to, or allowing the notice of termination to be automatically processed if the regional water board does not act on that particular notice of termination. And we've also provided the ability for dischargers to terminate residential lots that have unfinished landscaping if that lot is less than 1 acre and has been sold to a homeowner. And lastly, we included some provisions to allow projects to switch to inactive status, which reduces their monitoring requirements. Next slide, please. The proposed permit includes a provision for programmatic permitting for linear projects. Programmatic permitting allows dischargers to submit a single notice of intent to obtain permit coverage for multiple non-contiguous linear underground or overhead projects if they are located within one regional water board, consist of similar scope and activities, and have the same legally responsible person. Programmatic permitting can be used for all linear project types, risks that is, and regional programmatic permitting can be initiated on the effective date of this permit, which is proposed to be September 1st, 2023. Staff have also incorporated a provision for dischargers that are deploying Executive Order N7320 to obtain statewide programmatic permitting coverage within 100 days of the reissued permit's adoption date, as to facilitate meeting the executive order's deadline to provide high-speed broadband internet access to California's rural communities. This only applies to broadband projects that are outside of a construction project that is otherwise regulated by this permit. The proposed effective date of the statewide programmatic permitting option would therefore be December 17th, 2022, if the permit is adopted on September 8th, 2022. Next slide, please. The following revisions were incorporated into the permit to improve the implementation of the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, otherwise known as a SWIP. Staff is proposing mandatory yet periodic inspections for the qualified stormwater professionals to reinforce their familiarity with an ever-evolving construction site. Certain stormwater management responsibilities can be delegated to other on-site staff, but require that those staff undergo site-specific training led by the qualified stormwater professionals. Furthermore, the proposed permit now allows the water boards to take enforcement actions against negligent qualified stormwater professionals, which includes potentially suspending or rescinding their certifications if additional training is insufficient to correct any malpractice. Next slide, please. Okay. Other proposed best management practice requirements include surface water buffers, active treatment systems, passive treatment technologies, dewatering activities, and requirements associated with post-construction plans. I'll go ahead and describe those briefly. So surface water buffer requirements essentially require a 50-foot buffer where feasible, but dischargers also have the option of implementing best management practices that provide equivalent protection to that 50-foot buffer. Active treatment systems. Under the proposed permit, dischargers are allowed to bypass active treatment systems if the discharge complies with discharge prohibitions and numeric action levels. Additionally, the proposed permit reestablishes the 10-year, 24-hour compliance precipitation event following comments that we received during the April board workshop. The compliance precipitation event provides dischargers with an exemption to the technology-based numeric effluent limitations that are required for active treatment systems. The proposed permit limits which passive treatment products can be applied to water based on toxicity and requires that dischargers hire a trained individual to calculate the appropriate application rate for their site-specific conditions. The proposed permit regulates dewatering activities associated with construction activities if there is no other applicable MPDS or low threat discharge permit issued by the state or the regional water boards. And lastly, the post-construction requirements, which are mostly the same compared to the existing 2009 permit. The proposed permit removes the requirement to demonstrate why non-structural controls are not sufficient to achieve the post-construction water balance, but does require that all dischargers submit the post-construction plans with their permit applications. Next slide, please. The permit reissuance contains revised monitoring requirements as compared to the existing 2009 permit. A qualifying precipitation event is now defined by forecasted amounts rather than accumulations, which staff believe that will benefit the discharger by allowing more time for stormwater professionals to plan their inspections and stormwater sampling schedules. Staff are also proposing to lengthen the time spans for stormwater professionals to conduct their pre and post qualifying precipitation event inspections. Additionally, staff are proposing to remove the requirement to collect 3 samples per discharge location, as we heard during the April 2022 board workshop that it is too onerous to collect 3 samples for sites that may have more than 20 discharge locations. Thus, the permit reissuance only requires 1 sample per discharge location per day of the qualifying event with discharge. Since there is only 1 sample per discharge location, there is no longer the ability for dischargers to average their sample analysis results to demonstrate compliance with the permit's numeric action levels for pH and turbidity. And staff are also proposing to remove the existing permits, bioassessment monitoring requirements, and rain event action plan requirements. Next slide, please. Next is the proposed implementation of the total maximum daily loads, otherwise known as TMDLs. Dischargers must determine whether they are a responsible discharger by identifying responsible discharger for a TMDL by identifying if their stormwater runoff drains to TMDL watersheds or water bodies. If so, the discharger would perform a thorough site-specific pollutant source assessment to determine if there is potential for that the pollutant that the TMDL addresses to be discharged off the site. If the discharge does have the potential to release the TMDL-related pollutant, then they would comply with the applicable requirements that are listed in Attachment H of this proposed permit. Those requirements are broken into 4 categories of TMDL implementation requirements. The first is compliance with the general permit, where those requirements are already sufficient to comply with the total maximum daily load. All 4 categories must technically comply with the permit. The second category is compliance with the permit's erosion and sediment controls, paired with Russell II soil loss modeling to demonstrate compliance with mass-based waste load allocations, which are typically assigned for sediment and pollutants associated with sediment. Third is compliance with TMDL-related numeric action levels to comply with concentration-based waste load allocations that were assigned in the receiving water of the TMDL watershed or water body. And fourth would be compliance with the total maximum daily load related numeric effluent limitations to comply with concentration-based waste load allocations that were assigned at the point of discharge off the site. Through the iterations of the proposed permit, we have considered various forms of effluent limitations. The first would be directly related to the TMDL parameter or pollutant that was listed. And then the second is a proxy or a surrogate that uses total suspended solids for organochlorines and other pollutants that are associated with sediment. Total maximum daily load numeric action levels and numeric effluent limitations are assessed via the non-visible pollutant monitoring requirements in the permit. which means that they only collect samples when the pollutants may be discharged due to failure to implement best management practices, a container spill or leak, or a best management practice breach, failure, or malfunction that has not been addressed before the discharge. Next slide, please. Per comments received on previous drafts of the permit reissuance, staff have incorporated an in-depth analysis of how the permit requirements are consistent with federal and state anti-degradation policies. The analysis details how compliance with the general permit will not generally result in the degradation of high-quality waters. Staff compared alternative regulatory frameworks and determined that the general permits approach is best suited for the intermittent and dynamic nature of construction projects. Next slide, please. I would now like to switch the presentation's focus to the 2 change sheets that were released this week, as there are several changes for the board to understand and consider before considering adoption of the permit. Can the clerk to the board please share change sheet number 1 on the screen? Okay, and please scroll down to the first highlighted section. Thank you. So in this section, staff clarified that programmatic permit coverage becomes effective 100 days after, staff clarified that statewide programmatic permit coverage becomes effective 100 days after the permit is adopted until the permit reissuance becomes effective on September 1st, 2023. Please scroll to the next section. And here we are detailing the process where dischargers who are continuing their coverage throughout the regulatory transition period will apply for coverage if they need to continue their construction project past that regulatory transition period. Next section, please. Okay, in this section, we revised the post-construction plan submittal requirements. We've heard in the past few weeks from multiple interested parties that it's not always possible to submit phase 1 and phase 2 MS4 approved post-construction plans prior to obtaining permit coverage. So we reached out to a number of cities and asked about their post-construction process, and it does turn out, in fact, that it is common practice for some dischargers to obtain their notice of intent under this permit before getting approved post-construction plans. And so we've reflected that in this language here, allowing the discharger to submit preliminary plans with their notice of intent and then upload a approved version of those post-construction plans within 14 days of the approval. Next section, please. Actually, I'll touch upon this one at the end of the change sheet.
As you're strolling through, I just want to, the board members may notice there are some other changes that we're going by. Those are clarifications and citations and minor editorial issues that we're not highlighting in the discussion.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So this last section I wanted to point out because it's particularly important and addresses some of our stakeholders' concerns. We removed let me see. So for the total suspended solids numeric effluent limitation, TMDL implementation requirements, staff heard from interested parties that the monitoring thresholds to determine the presence or absence of the total maximum daily load related pollutants in soil did not make sense. As listed here in the crossed out table 5, we used the waste load allocations for total copper, total lead, and total zinc to be the monitoring threshold. However, those concentrations are for in-water materials or pollutants, and the sampling procedure requires that they actually test their soil to determine the presence of this material on site. And so we've revised this to be, instead of the waste load allocations, to be the analytical reporting limit to determine if there's a presence or absence. Alrighty, and then we can go ahead and move over to change sheet number 2, please. And this change sheet actually went out late last night, so some of our audience may not have had the opportunity to see this. All right, so change sheet 2 begins by including a permit reopener clause to consider revising the total maximum daily load implementation requirements for the Los Angeles and Long Beach Harbor Waters TMDL. State Water Board staff intend to work with stakeholders who have expressed interest in supporting studies to collect data determining whether or not the total suspended solids numeric effluent limitation is appropriate as a surrogate for this TMDL. Next, please. Okay. So here we heard from multiple interested parties regarding the post qualifying precipitation event inspection and how it was previously tied to a forecasted amount that triggers the end of the event. After listening to their suggestions, staff have incorporated a accumulation rather than a forecasted amount so that the post inspection is triggered by 1/2 inch or more precipitation that occur throughout the qualifying precipitation event. And that would be measured using the on-site rain gauge. Next, please. Okay. This revision just specifies which EPA methods are appropriate for assessing or screening the soil to determine the presence or absence of total copper, lead, and zinc, as well as organochlorine, pesticides, PCBs, etc. Next, please. And here's just clarifying that the intent of the soil screening investigation is to determine the presence or absence. It's not to be used as a numeric effluent limitation itself, but the presence or absence of the material determine whether or not the discharger will have to comply with the total suspended solids numeric effluent limitation. Next, please. This is some language that we've included in the fact sheet regarding how we derived the 100 milligram per liter total suspended solids numeric effluent limitation. And that came from a variety of studies that kind of pointed us that it's appropriate for both organochlorines, pesticides, and the metals as well. Next, please. And the rest of the comments that the rest of the changes that are listed in this are just more so clarifying the soil screening investigation language, as well as making sure that analytical reporting limit is used rather than the wastewater allocations. And that is it. Please revert back to the staff presentation. Okay, and then next slide, please. Okay, so in conclusion, staff believes that the proposed permit reissuance has markedly improved the permit compared to the existing 2009 permit as a result of our collaboration with stakeholders and interested parties. I'd like to thank the members of the board for your earnest consideration of staff and stakeholder suggestions. I would also like to take a moment to thank my colleagues that were brought onto the project to brainstorm, write permit language, and respond to comments on the drafts, culminating in the permit reissuance that is before the board today. This includes staff from the Division of Water Quality, as well as staff from the Office of Chief Counsel, Office of Enforcement, and the Regional Water Board Stormwater Programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenboom. I really appreciate what I know has been an incredible amount of work over the last years on this permit. A lot of open thinking and willingness to really extend ourselves in understanding how we best have a permit that's implementable. It's not lost on me, as Board Member Morgan said yesterday, that we're here celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act this year. And with the renewed attention to stormwater as a resource, as opposed to a liability, these programs become all the more important because the quality of those waters, the expense it takes to clean them up, is directly impacted by these activities. And I think that it's about where and when we end up putting the burden on all of us to accomplish things like the Clean Water Act that allow us to reuse stormwater in a way that really makes sense for this century and for the way we view all these activities and the liabilities that come along with them, the impacts. I mean, the 50-year mark of what are regulatory programs that are so important in the face of these challenges is not lost on me. And neither is the complexity of the relationships and the issues at hand when we're contemplating what can be an economic impact. But I think that we have to think more broadly about our economies, and this permit was that opportunity for us to do so. And so I appreciate everyone's work on it and getting to this moment. I don't know if I have any questions further. I know that there was some additional changes that I think reflect still yet some further iteration, and I'm taking those in, understanding if it's the right balance, I think as all of us are on this dais. So I'll just leave it at that and leave some space for my fellow colleagues to make their own comments and perspectives. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Completely agree with the amount of work and the appreciation for everything that you've put into this permit and your openness and receptiveness to stakeholder input. Just reflecting that this is, I don't know how many pages this permit is, but it has a lot of appendices. It's incredibly complex. There's a lot of nuance to it. We're dealing with very dynamic sites when we're talking about construction sites and a big state with lots of different hydrologic conditions, lots of different issues, lots of different water quality requirements given the circumstances. So it's not easy. In any case, I've been on the board almost 4 years now and dealt with now multiple statewide permits, and everyone seems to have its challenges. And how do you interpret a permit on a statewide level to apply to many thousands of different locations and different projects that will happen over multiple years? And so in many ways that explains, why it's taken this many years. And even up until the last couple of days, there have been a number of changes proposed here. But I just want to say that, I'm very interested to hear the stakeholder input this morning. But a number of the changes that you've proposed, just in terms of the inspection trigger based on rainfall events, the post-construction plan flexibility and recognizing that those plans aren't always final, when the notice of intent is submitted, things like that, I think are practical, relevant changes that really reflect the dynamic environment that we have when a construction project is really embarking on what is often a multiple year effort. So, I think largely this permit, I've attended as many of the workshops as I've could. I've listened to stakeholders. I've listened to you, and I know that this represents a very concerted and carefully considered proposal for moving forward here with the next iteration of this permit. So thank you for your work, and again, just very interested to hear stakeholder input this morning.
Thank you.
Anything further from colleagues? Board Member Firestone.
I might have more questions after the comments from the public, but I guess I will say I want to understand more on the algae TMDL and the Ventura River, where there's explicit direction in the TMDL to include numeric effluent limitations, and our fact sheet looks at what the underlying reasoning is, and I'd like to just understand more how we are respecting the work that regional boards are doing through their TMDLs, which we there's very involved regulatory process for, and I'd like to understand more how that's consistent with with those requirements as we go through. And I think I may have more questions on it after. I don't know if people want to speak now, or I could follow up after public comment. Get to staff.
Yeah, looking to folks if you want to comment now or if you'd like to wait to think further on Board Member Firestone's comments.
Sure. I don't anticipate many comments related to the Ventura River TMDL. So I'll go ahead and try and address that as right now.
Thank you.
So state staff has met with regional water board staff to discuss whether or not we can retranslate the numeric effluent limitations that are explicitly required by the TMDL into numeric action levels. And based on the information that's provided in the total maximum daily load, we determined that numeric action levels would still meet the spirit of the numeric effluent limitations in the sense that best management practices will need to be implemented to achieve the numeric action level and therefore reduce the nutrients that are trying to be addressed by that TMDL. Anything else?
Yeah, the only thing that I would like to emphasize is that I think some of the concern stemming from that is that a numeric action level is not sufficiently protective. So one of the things we added to the permit was to emphasize that an exceedance of a numeric action level doesn't mean no consequences. They are required to go back to have a stormwater professional help them analyze their site and see what the cause of that is. And the fact sheet includes both generalized information about nutrients as a constituent and how we translated those and the reasons why. The data that we have available, which is not perfect, but the data that we have available, we have reason to believe that dischargers will in fact be in compliance with the numeric action level. And those are all part of the calculus and why we think it's appropriate. And then underneath the Ventura River algae TMDL, there's some TMDL specific language that we took out that talks about source identification, and that one of the goals of the TMDL was to ensure that there's not an increased loading from construction sites. And if you're comparing this permit to the prior permit, I think the controls will be stronger.
Okay, and I think I may follow up on that after. But let me just understand. The idea is the level of protection and the actions that are expected to result from NALs and NELs are the same. And the TMDL specifically, in this case, specifically says construction sites shall use NELs. So it seems like we should be following what was adopted in the TMDL for this one. If the expectations are that the exact same actions would be taken. So just wanted to flag that concern and maybe come back to it after public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. I appreciate those points. And these are fundamental tensions within this permit, the numeric effluent limits as opposed to numeric action levels, and the balance between regional boards and here the state board as we pull up a general order. So I appreciate that. Let's get to folks so that we can have the benefit of their voices in our discussion. Let's first call up here, and again, this is by order of who has put in their names. Karen Cowan with the California Stormwater Quality Association. I believe on the platform is Andrew Sider as well, who is also to speak after. Good to see you. Good morning. Pleasure to have you here.
Morning, members of the board, Chair Esquivel. I'm Karen Cowan with the California Stormwater Quality Association. I'm the executive director. After, I'm just going to give some opening comments, and then Andrew Sider, who's one of our construction subcommittee co-chairs, is going to follow with an additional comment. So mostly I'm here to say thank you, honestly. As staff have noted, it's been a long, big process. Process matters, and as a result, we really only have one minor comment left today. So really want to commend the water board staff on process, because again, these are big issues, and hearing from people and getting to a good outcome is what really, really matters. So we might not always agree on everything at the end of the day, but really, truly, it matters to be heard. So thank you. And I also want to second, Chair Esquivel, your opening statements about stormwater as a resource and how this all plays together in the decisions that we make. I couldn't agree more, and just want to echo and amplify and champion what you said there. So having said that, again, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew. It's really one comment. It's kind of a refinement. So he's remote. So by the magic of your technology,
Yeah.
I think Andrew will pop up here, and I'll just kind of stay here just in case you have any questions.
Really appreciate that, and appreciate the long collaboration in all of these efforts, and especially this, and that important nexus and perspective that you bring, especially. And those are your words around shifting to a resource and liability, and just appreciate the leadership too. Thank you. And Mr. Sider, good to have you here remotely with us.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for having me here this morning. So as Karen mentioned, we do really appreciate board member staff addressing several of our comments through the change sheets. First one being change sheet number 2 that came out last night regarding the post qualifying precipitation event inspections. We do agree with that and thank them for their consideration there. As Brandon mentioned as well in change sheet number 1 this morning, briefly, we do appreciate the consideration on the change in post-construction requirements, the uploading of post-construction plans as part of the PRDs. Our concern here with this still surrounding the change sheet is that, as Brandon mentioned, a lot of times these plans aren't finalized during the sequencing of construction documentation and the issuance of grading permits. We do fear that uploading these types of documents at permit registration document timing could lead to significant delays in getting WDID permit issued or permit numbers issued and delaying construction. Oftentimes these plans are the requirements of the MS4s and municipalities to review and approve. So further allowing that to the regional boards could stem significant delays. While we do hear that the preliminary plan is now required at time of permit registration documents, and that an approved plan would be required through a change of information, we still stand by our recommendation that an approved plan be submitted and uploaded to SMARTS prior to notice of termination to further redact any additional administrative burden that might come through multiple COIs throughout the construction process. So with that, I think that concludes our comments from California Stormwater Quality Association.
Thank you, Mr. Sider. Anything further, Ms. Cohen?
Nope, other than maybe acknowledging Amy Cronson from staff, who I know
Thank you.
is so sad to not be here. So thank you.
She is here, though.
Oh, there she is. Hi.
It is what is nice to be able to carry through the COVID times, and still, I know we're in the midst of them, but this ability for us to all still be together, even digitally. So yeah, thank you. On that, I don't know if, and I'm trying to think how best to go through, it's going to take a while if we stop at each comment and have a reflection, but just signal to me if you all really feel you have something that would quickly be able to add or respond to what you're hearing, and we'll make sure that comes up. And of course, board members, if you're hearing something that you want to make sure and follow up in real time, let me know, and then we can.
I'd just say I would like for staff to come back to that point and comment on
About
it
the final
after.
plans, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah.
I'll go ahead and hop in then.
Yeah, let's go and hop in.
So the reason why we're still requiring the preliminary plans of the post-construction plans, I guess, or to address the post-construction requirements is really based on a request from the regional water boards. A lot of our regional water board staff do like to have the time and ability to see what the construction site is or how they're going to address the post-construction plans. And we essentially want the plans in advance of the notice of termination to allow that time. That way it would not delay the notice of termination any further. It's not that the regional water boards are approving the plans themselves. They're just making sure that they are consistent with the phase 1 and phase 2 requirements. So or MS4 requirements.
Yeah, and then absent necessarily the preliminary plan, it may delay then the actual final notice is the thought around
Yes.
why and the balance there. Okay, that's helpful. Anything further, Board Member Firestone, that comes to mind there, or others? Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to our next commenter then, as I wake my tablet back up. Oh, and the scroll has Katie Whiteside. I should probably refer to that too. And I believe that is a remote comment. Ms. Whiteside. Oh,
Sorry about that. Katie's our second co-chair of the
Okay.
construction subcommittee, and with
That
the
makes sense.
reschedule, she's actually on vacation right now. So I've been texting with her if she's in the car or not. So Katie's, I think she's good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, of course. Let's then move on to Matt Kate. Good morning, Mr. Kate. Oh, you should be invited to unmute. There you are. Good morning.
There we go. Thank you all. I appreciate the time. I'm just going to speak really as a prelude to Dr. Paulson, who will be speaking after me, I believe. I think on behalf of the Building Industry Association of Southern California, I just want to make a couple points. The first is we understand how difficult a job staff has had and has in crafting this permit. It is undoubtedly the task of a career. That said, we also understand, and we know the board does, the broader context. We have to get we have to comply, obviously, with state and federal law regarding stormwater and clean water. At the same time, we understand that ultimately all of these costs are passed down to people in California attempting to rent and purchase residences. And so we all want to be careful about getting this exactly right. Unfortunately, as you know, the underlying measures have been very difficult to ultimately decide on. That includes both the measures comparing soil measures to liquid volumes, as we've now changed, but also including the measures in the ultimately in the receiving basins. Under the law, as you know, this permit has to have an underlying factual basis. And without it, it won't stand the basic California laws regarding all regulations by all regulatory bodies. And so again, it's important that we get the science right. Unfortunately, we believe, and you'll hear from Dr. Paulson, that we still do not have the science right. We don't have the basic calculations right. And ultimately, I think we're particularly concerned about using sediment, TSS, as a surrogate will not allow us to effectively measure whether home builders are in compliance with the law. Instead, we're going to have a measure that is supported only and in part by 3 studies around the world. One in California for a completely different subject or substance than we were measuring in this permit. One in Washington, where the authors of the study found that depending on the watershed, they were getting different results. And the same problem for the study in Germany and Iran, where they found that the results varied depending on soil and topography. In our view, this board should be requiring a measure of actual Southern California soils and a measure of actual Southern California stream beds and a determination of whether those soils are contributing to the degradation of those stream beds beyond the maximum daily load. And without that underlying core science, we're not going to have a permit that ultimately stands up to the requirement that it is supported by the facts. And so my request of this board is that it consider the testimony of Dr. Paulson, that it looks to the changes that have been made only this week and some within hours to this permit as evidence of staff really trying to get this right, but doing so in a hurried last-minute fashion, which has not caught all of the problems. And again, that this board decide that really the underlying issues of how to measure what's coming off the soils from construction sites during storms and what's entering our water streams, whether that actually, in fact, is exceeding our total maximum daily loads. If it's not, then we need to study it. And ultimately, that's our primary position. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kate. I'm hearing some fundamental, issues, it sounds like, with this surrogate kind of proxy. And maybe it's best that we don't have it at all and just have numeric effluent limits. That would be a lot more easier. We could really get to what you're saying insofar as really understanding the contributions and loads at a very, fine level instead of doing a proxy. I would hate for the proxy to now be the reason why this is not palatable. But I look forward to further discussion around it. And I think
I think if you could have done numeric limits that satisfied the underlying science, staff would have done that. The science isn't there and the studies haven't been done. That's the underlying
Mr. Kate, I
problem.
don't think we want to get too far into that, but we could. Mr. Bishop, I don't know if you want to respond.
So I think we need to put this in a little bit of context. There was concern that using a direct measure of metals and organics would be too expensive to monitor and to do treatment for. Whereas by looking at a surrogate, sediment is the primary discharge from a construction site, and looking at these studies indicated that you could meet those levels by using a surrogate of the TSS instead of the metals. We had the direct metals prior to this. This was in response to comments and concerns about the ability to monitor and to the cost associated with monitoring and building treatment to do that, whereas sediment is something that they do in any case. I would disagree with the commenter that we changed it because we didn't feel that we could do that. We changed it because there seemed to be a desire to have something related to sediment, which is what construction sites use in their and is their primary focus for their BMPs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bishop. Board Member McGuire, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just want to add, I want to hear Dr. Paulson's comments, obviously, because Mr. Kate referenced those. So I'd be interested to hear what that input is. But I just want to also add that part of this as well is when you look at the pesticides and some of the other constituents, my understanding is that the waste load allocations and the TMDLs were actually set underneath the analytical reporting capabilities of laboratories. So part of it was how do you actually ever know that you can comply with that if you can't detect it. And so my understanding is that's in part why that the TSS sediment surrogate was incorporated as a way to correlate those two. Am I getting that right, Mr. Bishop?
Well, that was part of the calculation. That's correct. But the other option, which has been used in many permits in the past, is you set it at the detection level as the limit. That's how we've done it in many other permits in the past. So you, instead of a surrogate, you say, well, the analytical detection level is X, and that is higher than the waste load allocation, so that should be the limit that is imposed.
Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I also just want to understand this surrogate, the numeric effluent limitations don't come into effect until 2032, is that right? So that gives us some time to verify this before, and I think the change sheet, one of the change sheets maybe, one of them said that we will be evaluating, allowing for a reopener to address this. So am I getting some of that timing wrong, or am I mixing things up, or can you speak to that?
The timing is correct for the Los Angeles Harbor and Long Beach Harbor Waters TMDL, which addresses the total copper, total lead, and total zinc. The timing for the Los Angeles Area Lakes TMDL, which is to address organochlorine pesticides, PCBs, that goes into effect in 2023. Whereas the metals are and the associated TSS NEL would go into effect in 2032. And so the reopener right now is aimed at looking into collecting more data with the help of industry associates and reconsidering if the TSS NEL is still appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Kate. Let's hear from Ms. Paulson. And thank you.
Very much. Is this on? Okay. And just as a preliminary matter, Keith Garner is here as well from Shepherd Mullen, and I understand that he submitted his speaker card during the hearing today. So, but we were planning on doing this together. So if it would be appropriate for him to, okay.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, I messed up on the speaker card.
No need at all.
My name is Keith Garner. I'm an attorney with Shepherd Mullen. With Dr. Paulson from Exponent, we represent a number of industry coalition groups that are interested in the building industry. We've participated in workshops before, in hearings, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. I think everyone wants to hear from Susan. What I will say, I did want to first start by saying thank you to staff, echo the fact that they've been very responsive and very professional throughout the entire process. We agree with the changes that have been made, that the permit is much improved and implementable. But we do still have concerns, primarily around the implementation of these water quality-based numeric effluent limits. Susan's going to go into the technical and some of the practical concerns that we have with that. Just briefly, what I wanted to say is, we would encourage the board. We think there is some flexibility. We understand that there may be a difference of opinion as to exactly how these have to be implemented, but we do think there is some flexibility in the 3 watersheds or 3 TMDLs where numeric effluent limits are still imposed. That those could be converted into either action levels, or our preference would be for monitoring in order to collect some data to get scientifically defensible limits. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Susan.
All right. Thanks. And thank you to the board members for the thoughtful dialogue and the discussion, and to staff throughout the past years. I echo everything everybody else said. We do have slides. These slides were submitted before the change sheets, so I'm going to walk through them, but I'm going to try to be responsive to the change sheets. So maybe next slide, please. We'll focus, I think, most on the TSS surrogate. We do have a couple of base comments on the anti-DEG language, and then I think we'll probably skip the QPE language in light of the changes that came out and leave that topic for other speakers. Next slide, please. Regarding the anti-degradation language, I mean, we concur with the State Board's analysis of alternatives 2 and 3, specifically with the findings that prohibitions on construction activity and widespread implementation of NELs would be impractical and inappropriate and would have some real consequences for the state and the people of the state. We're still concerned about the NELs, the numeric effluent limits that are proposed in the July 2022 draft, and we'll articulate a little bit why. And then with respect to the anti-degradation language, there is new language in the July draft of the permit regarding nitrogen, and this may also get to Board Member Firestone's comments, at least in part. The new language with respect to nitrogen is there are findings that NELs would only be possible to meet in runoff from construction sites with BMPs and treatment technologies that aren't feasible at construction sites. They involve, biological activity, things that you might use at wastewater treatment plants, but that aren't implementable at construction sites. And so I think that is largely the reason that NALs are being proposed instead, simply because we do not have treatment technologies that can be employed at construction sites to meet those limits. The fact sheet also includes new language regarding the NALs and the ability to comply with the NALs for nitrogen. And that language looks to runoff data that was collected from industrial sites pursuant to the IGP, the Industrial General Permit. And we have some obvious concerns about that. I mean, first, the main concern is that we really don't have data from construction sites that we can use to assess the nitrogen concentrations in runoff. We're using the industrial sites as a surrogate, and obviously they're very different. They don't involve large open areas. They don't involve generally the erosion of soil. They have BMPs that can be implemented and upgraded and changed over time. So those data sets are really different and call into question the applicability of those data to construction sites. And the other thing too is that, well, I think we've said enough about that. We have similar concerns with respect to the ability to comply with NELs or NALs for dissolved constituents. We'll touch on that in a slide that's coming up. So in our view, where we don't have data from construction sites, where we don't have data on the ability of BMPs and treatment technologies to comply with limits for dissolved compounds like the nitrogen compounds, and where we don't have data supporting the idea that construction site BMPs or treatment technologies can get us to compliance with these numbers, it's our position that additional study really is warranted because there isn't a strong basis for imposing these requirements on permittees. On the next slide, I think this is where we'll start to get into the discussion of the TSS surrogate. There are three major concerns that we have. One is about how the TSS surrogate was derived, that 100 milligram per liter value, and whether there are data to support that value. The second one has been in part addressed with change sheet number 1, in that the permit as post change sheet number 1 doesn't propose to use the waste load allocations, which are milligrams per liter of water, as the trigger for application of the TSS surrogate. Now that's a detection limit. We do have concerns with that I'll articulate. And then the last thing is that we're concerned about the ability to comply. And we'll discuss this in a little bit more detail, but it looks to us and to the BIA members who work on construction sites like ATS, advanced treatment systems, would need to be implemented at almost any construction site where the TSS limit of 100 milligrams per liter would be applied. All right, if we go to the next slide, please. There are sort of two components to this. One is, when do you trigger the application of the surrogate NEL? And the second is, how is that surrogate NEL computed? This slide gets to the second piece of that. How was this NEL computed? And there are 3 studies that are referenced in the fact sheet for the permit. The first one is a study that evaluated pyrethroids, which are not regulated by this permit. The second one is a study that was conducted on the Walla Walla River in Washington, and that evaluated DDE, and it found that the TSS and pollutant or DDE relationships were very site-specific, and there are a number of reasons for that. It's a function of the organic carbon content of the soil, the grain size of the soil, the partitioning coefficients, and other factors. The third study was a study of bulk metals concentrations, looking at the relationship between the pollutant or the constituent concentration and the TSS concentration in receiving waters in rivers in Germany and Iran. Obviously, none of these studies includes data from construction sites, and it's our position that we need data from construction sites to validate a proposed surrogate, particularly before it's used in the context of an NEL, where it could trigger a violation and non-compliance.
And Ms. Paulson,
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption. Can you remind me then when that moment might be that I hear that concern clearly, but when might that moment be that this would then be applying to those construction sites and places?
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. That's that trigger part.
Yeah.
When would it apply?
So, yeah,
And
but the
so
concern is one that would happen in a decade or so, right?
No,
And-
it's not actually.
Okay.
It's
Trying to-
not,
okay,
especially for
wanna
the
make sure.
organochlorines. It would happen starting September 1st,
We talked about the
2023.
organochlorides. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going then. Thank you.
So the next slide sort of summarizes the concerns with the use of the surrogate. You know, the underlying studies clearly have data gaps. It's a little bit apples and oranges in terms of their applicability to construction sites. And that variability occurs both between studies within a single study site from event to event. And, you know, there are a lot of reasons for that, a lot of physical chemical reasons for that. as you know, we spoke about a minute ago, the binding coefficient KD, the grain size, the organic carbon content of soils, the erosivity of soils, et cetera. So we expect that variability with stormwater. I mean, that's kind of a theme with stormwater, right? The next slide, please. Thank you. Goes to the idea of dissolved constituents. So dissolved metals, for example, are similar to nitrogen in that we don't know of BMPs or treatment technologies that can remove dissolved metals from stormwater runoff. That's important for things like dissolved metals, and there are numeric effluent limits for dissolved metals in Choyas Creek in the San Diego region. So in our view, it would be more appropriate to use this permit term to collect data to evaluate our ability to comply with those limits. All right, and the next slide, I know staff, I apologize, hoped to avoid the math.
Yeah, Ms. Paulson, one moment. I think Mr. Bishop is wanting
I'm
to.
sorry.
Just want to clarify, can we go back one slide just to make sure I'm understanding your comment? So you're talking about the NEL for Choyas Creek for the dissolved metals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Choyas Creek is different than the other ones. Choyas Creek has done a water effects ratio to determine what the actual toxicity is. And so at the levels in the proposed in the permit are the levels that have already been adjusted to address toxicity deficient. So we believe it's inappropriate to not use those. We had suggested that would be a solution earlier in one of our drafts of the permit. We were looking at that, realized that Choyas Creek has already done that. And so I think it's in a different category than the surrogates, and it's not using a surrogate in the Choyas Creek is my
That's correct. It is not
recollection.
using a
So,
surrogate.
okay, so I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page on that.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that, Mr. Bishop.
And-
Thank you,
and
Dr. Paulson.
To clarify, this comment is not about the surrogate, and it's not about a WER or an adjusted objective. It's about the ability to comply and the availability of treatment technologies that can get us to the NELs that are contained in Appendix H. All right, and again, apologies. This is the slide with the equation. Basically, the waste load allocations of the TMDLs, I'm going to use metals here as an example, are expressed as milligram of metal per liter of water. And the threshold that was originally proposed for deciding whether the TSS surrogate would apply was a measurement of site soils, and that laboratory technique acid digests the soil sample to fully dissolve it. And then you get a concentration that is measured in milligrams of metal per kilogram of soil. So there was an apples and oranges component. The change sheet number 1 has instead proposed to eliminate that milligram per liter trigger. And we do think it's appropriate to eliminate that milligram per liter trigger, but now it's based on the detection limit. And the concern with that is that the detection limits are really low. So for most metals using the proposed methods, the detection limit is well below 1 milligram per kilogram. And what the calculation on this slide shows is that you wouldn't exceed the waste load allocation from the TMDL at a TSS level of 100 milligrams per liter unless the metals concentration in the soil was 97 or higher. So I have one bit of information that I would like to, if I can, submit for the record. This is, I didn't know we'd need this. This is a report called The Background Concentrations of Trace and Major Elements in California Soils. It's a Kearney Foundation of Soil Science, University of California study from 1996. And the reason I'd like to submit it into the record is because it provides information from soil samples collected in 50 different locations across the state on the concentrations of these metals in soils. And for copper, the concentration range is 9.1 to 96.4 milligrams per kilogram with a mean of 28.7. For lead, it's 12.4 to 97.1 with a mean of 23.9. For zinc, it's 88 to 236 with a mean of 149. So all the soil samples that we have from the site will have metals concentrations that exceed the detectable threshold. And that's just part, these are elements, right? This is part of the natural soil matrix. So if we use a detectability threshold, We will A, be requiring the surrogate TMDL to be used at all sites where we do the screen. And B, we will also be requiring this kind of NEL threshold to be met, the surrogate to be met when it becomes effective, at concentrations that are far lower than the concentration that would cause an exceedance. Now, the metals NELs would become effective in 2032, I believe. So we do have time. And change sheet number 2 included a finding that had, that there may be a reopener and that stakeholders could provide additional information to evaluate these. We recognize that, we appreciate that. Still believe it is inappropriate to propose an NEL based on TSS. The 2009 permit is still the active permit. If we're on the same time schedule for the next permit, these NELs will become effective before we have a new permit. So that's really the concern. The other concern is that this permit doesn't require the collection of data. It allows for the possibility that data shall be collected to evaluate this TSS surrogate concept, but it doesn't require or specify that kind of data collection. So we have a proposal that I'll describe at the end of this. The other thing is we are concerned about the laboratory method and the full digestion of soil, which is really not relevant for comparing soil that would be washed from a construction site into a receiving water because it won't be digested. It'll be present in particulate form largely. The other concern with this is that the idea of the reopener in the 2032 doesn't apply for the organochlorines. So for those, if you detect the organochlorines in a sample of site soil, that surrogate NEL for TSS becomes effective essentially immediately, September 1st, 2023. Then you've got the backsliding concerns. And the permit is not proposing to collect data that we can use to evaluate the relationship between TSS and those organochlorine compounds in runoff from construction sites. So the concern there is that the limit is not, that the proposed trigger will bring into play this NEL for TSS, which to your earlier question, if you exceed it once, then you measure it again and you exceed it twice, that becomes a violation of the permit, not only for TSS, but with new language added in the July draft, it becomes one exceedance, meaning 2 exceedances of TSS would be one violation of the permit, as I understand it, but more than one violation because it would be a violation for each of the separate underlying organochlorines that had been triggered. So given the concerns that we have with the derivation of the TSS surrogate, the fact that the surrogate as applied to organochlorines would be immediately applicable, there's no reopener for those, and we'd have backsliding concerns. It seems more appropriate to implement this concept as either a monitoring only or as an NAL at this point. To address I think Mr. Bishop raised the issue earlier, we could just implement the NELs as NELs. We've got the same compliance issues with them. We don't have data to characterize the concentrations of these constituents in runoff from construction sites. We don't have data to characterize the ability of BMPs or treatment technologies for construction sites to get us to compliance with these constituents. So there are a whole lot of unknowns that, in my scientific opinion, warrant additional study. A further concern, if we move to the next slide, is that the proposed surrogate NEL of 100 milligrams per liter is lower than the TSS concentrations in almost all of the state's receiving waters. So this is a screenshot from the fact sheet at page 40. It is TSS concentrations measured in receiving waters across the state, and less than 12% of the state has a median TSS concentration in receiving waters that's below the proposed surrogate NEL. So obviously we have areas of the state that are erosive and where sediment runoff is common. And we previously, I won't go through it again, but we previously presented information that we think ATS would be required to comply with the 100 milligram per liter NEL, that most construction site BMPs would not necessarily get us there or consistently get us there. And of course, that has attendant costs, risks, feasibility issues.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. Mr. Bishop, I think.
Well, I think that we would just concede that at the small number of sites in the small number of watersheds that we're talking about, where you would have this, if you have failures of your BMPs, you would need to put in advanced treatment. We agree, and advanced treatment will meet these levels.
And just to clarify, so this is a statewide overview here that you're presenting, but these would only apply for a very few small
Correct.
number of watersheds. So this isn't as relevant to the question of what this statewide information, I guess, is less relevant to me than, okay, let's look at the actual areas where this is going to be applied, and then understand how to make sure that it's equally that it's protective, whether there's an NAL or NEL, right? There's the expectation is that either way you'll meet the same standards. There's just different consequences.
Yes, but we don't have those data. We don't have them in the watersheds where the NELs would apply. And if I were a builder proposing a project in a watershed where that NEL is immediately applicable, I don't have any information on which to design a system that will get me to compliance.
And I think
unless it's ATS.
Yeah. I think the point here is it's really important, especially as we're having this public discussion, to be clear, because we talked about this balance being on the economic
Right.
impacts. And know that there's a history here of just confusing the issue and saying that NELs are they're going to be applied statewide, that this conversation is relevant to anywhere else but a small region, LA, not a small region, a significant region. I don't mean to diminish, but it gives the impression that we're about to do something that's going to hit everyone here. And I think we have to be very careful because we're talking about the LA region, and in a few other places they have the TMDLs, and there are going to be more. And I think I don't want to bury that as well. That total maximum daily loads, really getting the science right, to your point, and being able to implement here where we are certain that we can achieve things. It's based off of data. We're developing these programs, but there's certain places where that is actually an issue. It's not statewide. It's an important point, I think.
Oh, I agree. And I'm not trying to throw up chaff or anything like that. But I don't find data in the record that indicate what background TSS concentrations are in those receiving waters. I don't think that those data exist.
I actually think that's irrelevant. The background TSS, this is about what's coming off of the site. It's not about what is the background in the watershed in the receiving waters. This is not a receiving water. It is a end of pipe, and how you would address that. And I agree with you, Ms. Felsen, that to meet 100 milligrams per year requires active treatment. And so what this permit proposes is for those sites within those watersheds that they would either contain the material and use active treatment.
Well,
You talked about something.
and I think we're all clear.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. And then the next slide.
Sorry, can I just ask one follow-up?
Sure.
So on the data piece, I'm assuming this is not true, but it sounds like you're saying that there should be additional requirements for monitoring, but you would like those additional requirements for monitoring instead of a protective standard. I guess I'm just wondering, it's interesting to me that usually we want to reduce monitoring costs. And so it seems like you're suggesting we should require more monitoring.
I am actually, because we need a sound basis for the regulations that we implement. And in my view, we don't have it now. So obviously the details of that would need to be worked out, but we have a slide at the end showing how we think this concept could potentially play out. Again, we'll leave the QPE. Let's skip this one because we'll leave the QPE for others, and we appreciate the change sheets. Conclusions and recommendations. Again, if we focus on the TSS NEL, it would be to collect data for TSS, maybe for turbidity, for metals, and for organics, for which the surrogate would apply over the next permit term. And the last slide, I promise it's the last one, shows sort of the concept that we have in mind for how this could work. The new permit would become effective approximately a year from now if it's adopted today, I think. What we would propose would be to retain the current language in the draft CGP regarding soil sampling. That has changed since we put this slide together because of the change sheet that eliminates the milligrams per liter threshold. Our concern with that threshold was primarily with the metals because of the apples and oranges nature of measuring something in water and comparing it to something in soil, measuring something in soil and comparing it to a water threshold. But we still believe it's appropriate to collect additional data for TSS, potentially for turbidity, for copper, for lead, for zinc, and for the organochlorine compounds that would trigger the application of this NEL. And then after a period of data collection, and that could occur over the full permit term, 5 years, it could occur over, a different time frame, but we would take those collected data and evaluate this concept, try to figure out if there is a relationship between TSS and the concentrations of these individual contaminants that we can rely on in developing an NEL that is protective of receiving waters. And then, of course, there could either be a reopener, as is sort of envisioned with the new finding in change sheet 2, or at the next permit term, we could use that information to develop either NALs or NELs. I don't know what the data are going to show, to figure out how to move forward with data that are relevant to construction sites in California. And that's it. That's the concept. And if it would be possible to admit the California soils metals concentrations into the record, a scientific study.
I look over to Mr. Wiles. It's not insignificant, and wish that had been flagged. I don't know how long it was floating. Earlier, I'm sure it was the last moment we just found it.
No, it's
the
triggered
first time
by
I'm
change
hearing.
sheet 1.
Okay.
Because of the elimination of the milligrams per liter metals
Mr. Lawfer,
concentration.
I'll defer to you on whether we want to open it up and officially accept.
Well,
something
the issue
into
has
record.
been live for quite a while in terms of how to handle metals, and the surrogate issue has been floating around. We had a written comment deadline. The evidentiary record has been closed. Ms. Paulson has made her comment today. What I was going to ask was staff to confirm during one of the breaks, because there is a lot of material that has been incorporated into the record previously just because of their own staff work as well as from other commenters, and to confirm whether or not it is or is not already in the record. But if it is not in the record, my recommendation would be to exclude it. The staff have not had a chance to evaluate it. Other commenters have not had a chance to consider it. And that would be my recommendation to the board.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. We'll continue to consider it. And thank you, Dr. Paulson.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Yeah, thank
Board
you.
Member McGuire.
Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, there's a number of items in there that I think we'd like to follow up on. And I'm not sure if we want to dive through all that right now or wait for some additional commenters.
Yeah, let's get our other commenters through. We have somewhere around 30 commenters.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good approach. But I do have a high level question for you. The TSS surrogate concept has been out there for a while now in a proposal, and I haven't, up till maybe now, heard a lot of concern about the concept, about the idea of using a surrogate. And so part of what we're talking about here, yes, we're talking about a very specific set of TMDLs and a very specific watershed. But, to me, this is a little bit of a novel approach to using the surrogate. I'm intrigued by it. I think it's an interesting approach. I do share some of your concerns about the data. Do we have the numbers right? Do we have things right in terms of the science? And I want to talk more about that. But just in terms of, is it, in your opinion, worth spending that time doing the additional data collection? Is this a good way to look at handling these types of difficult to detect and understand constituents?
If we're going to go down this path and go down the path of implementing NELs, either for the constituents themselves or for a surrogate, absolutely, we need the data to do that. And I think having a robust data set to characterize constituent concentrations and runoff from construction sites is very important in determining what this permit should look like. We've submitted separate comments on what NELs should look like, what calculation procedures or methods should be used to calculate numeric effluent limits, to translate the waste load allocation into an NEL for a permit. Those things haven't been done yet, in part because we don't have the data that we would need to do that, and in part because the existing methodology, we're taking a waste load allocation directly and essentially cutting and pasting it and applying it as an NEL or an NAL without the translation step that we know how to do for POTWs because we've got EPA procedures. And for stormwater, in my mind, there's a much, much broader philosophical or policy question about how we do reasonable potential, how we calculate appropriate limitations for stormwater. And I think some of the science or some of the permit proposals are ahead of the science and will be very difficult, if not impossible, to comply with as a result. And then because of some of the legal considerations that Keith could talk about better than me, backsliding and that kind of thing, have the potential to put dischargers in a very, very difficult position because we don't have the data and the information that we need to do this right. I think our position all along with board members, with staff, has been that BMPs can and do improve water quality, particularly for sediments. There's no question that they do. The question is whether construction sites can get to the very, very low levels that are included in the TMDLs consistently, or whether some other way of regulating construction sites is more appropriate. We need to do our homework to figure that out.
Yeah, please, Board Member Firestone.
Just to clarify though, are you suggesting that we add monitoring requirements to all construction sites or just those where we're proposing to use the surrogate? Are we looking at requiring additional monitoring for construction sites throughout the state to be able to evaluate this approach of using surrogates? Can you just, I'm
right.
struggling to understand what the proposal is in terms of the implication of monitoring and data collection and requirements in the permit.
I have to throw that back to the board because I think it's a question for the board. Right now, the NELs are proposed in these discrete watersheds, but there's the potential for NELs to be applied in other watersheds as TMDLs are developed or expand or our permitting regime changes. And so we've submitted information into the record as part of this hearing in prior comments on this permit, suggesting that it would be, I guess, helpful for the state to take a broader look at the stormwater program and decide where we want to go with it. Do we want to implement everything as NELs or not? And if so, what kind of data do we need to collect to support the future direction of the program? If we think NELs are only going to apply in these constrained watersheds, maybe collecting data there is enough. But if the board in its judgment thinks that we're going to expand the application of NELs for stormwater much more broadly, then I think more broad data collection is warranted.
Thank you. There's obviously a fundamental gap between agreement around the achievability and the appropriateness of the NELs that have been adopted through TMDLs and basin plans in the LA region and potentially other places. There's a gap there. And I think that we can maybe acknowledge that point. When it comes to the modeling and monitoring, or the monitoring that helps us have here better understanding of the effectiveness of things, I'm be glad to beef up our monitoring and or reporting data. But fundamentally for me, we are innovating here. We're stretching a bit at, again, the direction and many years of discussion that we've had around this. And at some point, anyway. Vice Chair, did you want to add anything? Oh, and Mr. Bishop.
I'm not opposed to the concept of looking at the data we collect and seeing how that affects the limit. But I do want to step back and think for a minute: is that really necessary? If we are proposing a 100 milligram per liter TSS that I think would all agree is doable with advanced treatment, is it really, and that's what the limit is based on, meeting that 100 milligrams per liter. I think that it's appropriate for us to be looking over time to see, and we have said that we will do that, to ensure that that 100 milligram per liter is protective, or to see if it's totally too protective and it should be 200 milligrams per liter over time. I think that's totally appropriate, but I'm not sure that we need to be analyzing all the soil in the state to determine what the levels are. I think we are talking about, is this technology, a limited set of technology that is used quite extensively around the state today, is appropriate to be required at sites where we have exceedances that have been in the receiving water that the regional board felt were significant enough to do a TMDL for. So it's, I totally appreciate Susan's conjecture that the whole stormwater has not gone through reasonable potential analysis and many of the other tools that MPDS created for the wastewater. But I don't think that that's really all that relevant to this discussion on, is it appropriate for us to require a level of treatment that is available and out there at a number of sites where we have exceedances in the receiving water that the water boards have, regional boards have identified. So I'm worried that we're moving this question to the larger question of, should stormwater be permitted as a point source under the Clean Water Act or not? And I think that we should kind of keep in mind what we're proposing in this permit.
And to clarify, I don't think we're proposing that it not be regulated as a point source, but I think we're just proposing that we develop the data and the methods that we need to regulate it appropriately as a point source.
Vice Chair.
So I think I'm understanding what you're proposing, but my question for you is, if you look at change sheet 2 with what staff has proposed, what's before us, how would you and the stakeholders that you're working with move forward with the language in here that we would be directing staff to work with interested stakeholders to develop a plan to collect additional data? And so just in that limited aspect, what do you see your role and the role of those that you're working with?
I mean, we would look forward to working with state board staff to do that and to have a discussion about what the appropriate data would look like and how those data are going to be used. Nobody wants to collect data for data's sake. We want to collect data that are going to be useful and collected with a purpose, for a purpose. And so there's both a policy and a technical side to that question. I would also just point out that finding only addresses the use of the TSS NEL for metals. It doesn't address the organochlorines.
Right, and you'd suggest that we'd include the pesticides in that as well.
Well, those have an NEL that would become essentially immediately applicable. So that's really the concern there. You know, in our view, it would be more appropriate to regulate those using monitoring only or an NAL, because once you've got an NEL that's effective, it's very, very difficult to go back from that if we do find with the data that it's not technically correct.
Thank you.
Could I ask a clarifying point then to council on that? You know, would it, if under this hypothetical, you know, if there were additional information, if we move forward today with an NEL for the the pesticides, I'll use that as shorthand. And there were new information that became scientific information, technical data to help substantiate a change in that TSS surrogate number. Would it be possible then to revise the permit either at some point down the road or through the next iteration?
So as long as we could say that the revision will still assure compliance with applicable water quality standards, we think we could revise the limitation for the organochlorides and PCBs if, even if there was an NEL with the effective date.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So just, I just want to thank everyone for the conversation and, staff for including the change sheet with the reopener language and, Ms. Paulson for, raising your concerns and including, your proposed, path forward. For me, just, I do think that it is a more difficult path to include the to include the limit and then to have the reopener versus to have a very clear time schedule, what I'm going to call a in permit time schedule order, to have it very clear, to have it well laid out of what the expectations are over a set time period, have the action limits, to have action limits in the permit that really lay out, hey, here's what the expectations of the construction sites within the impacted water bodies are, have it laid out where here's also what the monitoring requirements are so that we actually receive the data to understand. Because if I'm understanding correctly, the concern is not necessarily over just having TSS as a surrogate, but having having it be the 100 milligrams per liter. And so just really having that be looked at of, is that the appropriate limit, and having just a very clear path. The reopener, I appreciate it. I also question the, I don't know, for me, time schedule, like when something's there, I like to see clear dates of what's going to be achieved over a set of, over a set amount of time, clear milestones, so to make sure that we're going to collect the data that is necessary. And so I'm not as comfortable with not having that very clearly laid out within the permit. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And so I just want to, don't need an answer at this moment from staff, want to hear, the other comments, and just want to, have everyone just think about that.
Board member.
Thank
you. Thank you, Dr. Paulson. Next, well, Dr. Paulson, we have Ashley Parks here from Exponent as well. We're good.
I think that's probably as needed.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Parks confirmed she's not speaking.
She's good. Okay, thank you. And I should look at my actual official scroll here as well. I think next we have Hardeep Takar. Hello, Mr. Takar.
Respected Chair, Vice Chair, board members, good morning. My name is Hardeep Takar. I work with Caltrans, serving as the acting broadband program director. I also have Mr. William Tan, our statewide stormwater coordinator, who's available to help answer any questions the board members may have. We do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Caltrans and provide our comments. We would like to commend the board's staff's efforts that have gone into developing this CGP and the changes being considered for adoption today. Our slides were submitted prior to some of the changes presented today as they may apply to the linear broadband middle mile projects that Caltrans will be building on the state highway system right away. So I will probably be asking for clarification related to that and would appreciate any input on that. We, Caltrans, are committed to complying with the construction general permit and are taking concerted actions throughout the state to improve water quality. Next slide, please. So we appreciate the inclusion of a regulatory transition period in the construction general permit. However, we would like to present our concern regarding the short length of the transition period. The regulatory transition period allows existing construction projects to continue coverage under the 2009 construction general permit to facilitate a transition from the old permit into the new permit. In the March 2022 version of the draft CGP, the proposed regulatory transition period was 3 years after the permit effective date. The final draft reduced the transition period to 2 years after the permit effective date, which means the regulatory transition period will end on September 1st, 2025. Caltrans requests the board consider approving a regulatory transition period of 3 years after the permit effective date until September 1st, 2026, for some of the reasons that we mentioned in the following slides. The next slide, please. So just to give you a background on the broadband program, Caltrans is committed to fulfill the governor's executive order N73-20 for building approximately 10,000 miles of the broadband middle mile network within Caltrans's right of way. This is essentially the middle mile network is a physical infrastructure required to enable internet connectivity for homes, businesses, and community institutions. And it also serves as a backbone infrastructure to bring broadband to as many Californians as possible to close the digital divide. We deeply appreciate the state board staff's engagement with Caltrans to facilitate upcoming issuance of the broadband programmatic permit that we expect will cover the construction of the entire broadband network. Construction of the network is expected to begin as early as spring of 2023 and to be completed no later than December 2026. We understand, based on the changes proposed today, that the regulatory transition period will not apply to the broadband projects under the programmatic permit, provided we obtain coverage under the broadband for the broadband program projects prior to the permit effective date. We'd appreciate clarification on that. As far as impacts to the transportation projects, in addition to impacts to the broadband projects, there will be impacts to transportation projects within the 2-year transition period. Approximately a little bit over 20% of the Caltrans State Highway Operations Protection Program projects require slightly more than 2 years to complete construction. And then these projects will be ready for construction by the effective date of the permit on September 1st, 2023, and are expected to be in the closeout phase by September 1st, 2025, but will not be able to secure the notice of terminations by the deadline. A 3-year regulatory transition period will allow projects to close out as planned without going through the project re-registration and the administrative work, which are not beneficial to further protect water quality. Next slide, please. Regarding the notice of termination timelines that vary, the regulatory transition period should account for variable times needed to secure NOTs or notice of terminations for projects. The 2022 CGP requires not only construction to be completed, but also approval of the project notice of terminations to be secured from the respective regional water boards by September 1st, 2025. The timelines to secure approval of NOTs varies amongst different regional water quality control boards. Caltrans requests a consideration of the time it takes to approve an NOT, the notice of termination, when determining a reasonable regulatory transition period. Increasing the transition timeline to 3 years from the effective date will not increase the total number of projects seeking coverage under regulatory transition. SHOP projects have a set schedule, and only projects that are ready for construction before the effective date will seek regulatory transition. The benefit of the 3-year transition is that it allows projects additional time to complete construction and secure NOT approval without any disruptions. Next slide, please.
One moment. I do want to look over to Mr. Bishop around the 2 and 3 year transition because it, is not insignificant sounding here from you, Mr. Carr.
So we had originally proposed a 3-year transition plus the 1 year for effective date, which means that the Caltrans project would not comply with the new permit conditions for 4 years. That seemed a long time for a 5-year permit. So, and we received comments from folks that seemed to be a long time. So we stepped back and thought about, well, most of their permits would be done in a 2-year time frame. As we said, there's 80% of them are completed in a 2-year time frame, 20% or so take longer than that. So there's actually a 3 years in this proposed. So I'm not sure if the gentleman from Caltrans can clarify between that, I think he said 23% of the projects take more than 2 years. And what we're talking about here is 3 years effective from the time we adopt. So does that leave 5%? Or I'm not sure we can design our permit so that there never is a possibility that a project that got delayed wouldn't have to change some of its requirements. But we did try very hard to take into account what they were, what their schedules were, and what the issues are. But it comes down to a policy call between when the Caltrans projects would have to comply with the new permit conditions. Because remember, all these projects up through, in our proposal, up through 2025 would be complying with the 2009 permit, not this permit.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop, and thank you, Mr. Dakar, for allowing the brief interruption. It caught my ear, and it is not insignificant, so I wanted an opportunity to better understand it. Please continue. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for your input there, Mr. Bishop. Yeah, we do appreciate your factoring our trying to get maximum coverage for the projects under the 2009 permit as we move through the transition period. So in conclusion, I think we'd like to request the board consider a three-year transition period from the effective date of the permit for the following reasons. It basically would allow transportation projects to close out, and which does not add any without additional administrative work, which does not add any additional water quality value. So a 3-year transition period will not increase the number of projects seeking coverage, and there is no additional water quality benefit by keeping the transition to 2 years. The transition time should consider the time needed to secure a notice of termination approval from the regional boards, which a 3-year transition will allow us to complete construction and set aside time to secure the notice of termination approval from the regional board. So that concludes our comments. We do appreciate, again, the opportunity to present our concerns and the opportunity to work with the state board staff to accommodate some of the requests that we've had over the development of the permit. We look forward to collaborating and with the state board staff and implementing the new construction general permit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Takar. I really appreciate your and I know the agency's engagement on this permit and many other things here before the board, I know, and appreciate the good and always clear communication and relationship. It's appreciated, and appreciate you flagging still concern around this, and definitely understand here the balance of either 100% of projects being fine and covered prior, or some overlap here. Thank you. Anything from fellow board colleagues for our sister agency? Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and bring ourselves back here at 11:25.
Sure.
And
Chair Esquivel, I will note there was one other gentleman from Caltrans, Mr. Pan, and I don't know if we wanted to, he was listed as if necessary, and we could potentially release Caltrans if that's the case.
Thank you. No, I didn't mean to split up the Caltrans comment. Mr. Takar, will your colleague be speaking as well?
And Mr. Pan, you've been unmuted if you'd like to weigh in.
Oh, or Mr. Pan. It looks like we have two.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I believe my coworker, Mr. Takar, has expressed our concerns, so we may move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pan. Really appreciate it, and thank you for your work as well in all of this. Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break then, and we'll come back here at 11:25. Thanks, everyone. It has been a very good discussion this morning, and really appreciate the engagement. It sharpens and makes sure that we have something that we can make implementable. And so thank you. And we'll be back in 10.
Oh yeah, I'm starting up the panel too, so I'll go ahead and they're great folks. So, yeah, there's a lot of good. There's as well. Thank you.
What was funny was I was talking to, oh no, I was talking to some folks just.
Anyway, so that's what we're. Yeah, straight up. No, they're not at all. Because if the board is being clear, if they want to reevaluate the rules that we have, they're not going to say, oh, well, it looks bad. Optics. So if that's what the board is.
So we need a yoga stretch, although I wear the right outfit for it, unfortunately.
We can do like
Maybe I
that.
can just do the chair. Oh, there we go. Even just this is better than.
That's how that's true. I heard we do a schedule more time. So, and whether she wants to be more sort of specific about the expectation about if we're going to do more, getting more.
That might be fine too.
Yeah.
I'm just here to. No, not for the movie.
Okay, everyone, it's 11:28. We can begin to gather. I wanted to provide a few more minutes. I know there was a lot of important discussions going on as we continue to hear and come to some consensus potentially here as a board on this item. Let's go ahead and move on to our commenters, and the next person to comment, waiting for the scroll to come up, sorry, as I Wayne Rosenbaum, thank you. He's also trying to get my pad up. Mr. Rosenbaum.
And I will note Mr. Rosenbaum was speak if necessary. We've given him a couple opportunities to unmute at this point in time.
Okay, I think next, at least here on my list, is Ruth Kolb. Okay. And then, so we will go to Alex Gostomelski. Apologies on, thank you.
Yes, good morning. I don't really have any comments. Just want to say thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. This is really cool. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gostomelski. I appreciate your participation today. Next, I'd like to call, and these individuals did mark a speak as necessary, so if you don't, it is okay, and thank you. Next would be Julie Granberry, followed by Lily Momper.
Oh, and Ms. Granberry, there we go.
Good morning. Oh, apologies. You are, we can't hear you. You are unmuted, so you may just need to change your mic input, which there should be a little caret next to the microphone that'll allow you to kind of toggle. Apologies.
How about now?
There we are. Good morning.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry about that. So again, I'm Julie Granberry from Southern California Edison, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of our California Utility Stakeholder Group. Brandon, I did have some slides. I don't know if you have those available to project, but it'll just save some of the talking and show the list of folks that are part of our group. We have the entire state's utility group, including us, SoCalGas, Pacific Gas and Electric, LADWP, AT&T, Sacramento Municipal Utility District. So we do have the full gamut of utilities that are permitting these important projects in the state. We're delivering electricity, gas, water across the state. Many important initiatives like fire hardening, battery storage, a lot of important projects. So you can imagine how many permits we have as a group with the state. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So again, a large group of us with lots of projects kind of under this permit that have been operating under this permit for many years. So I'll start by, if you go to the next slide, just again reiterating our appreciation for the collaboration with the state board staff. We've had multiple engagements, workshops, interactions, and again have come to some really positive changes in the draft permit that's up for adoption. So again, we really appreciate that. I won't go through those because I think we've talked about them before, but especially with the unique nature of our long linear projects that we all operate under. Some of these things are very important. Safety exemption, kind of the enhancements in smarts to make approvals, certification, submittals more streamlined. Some of the enhancements and sampling, inspections, all very important when you have large portfolio of these projects that are, kind of in remote areas and you have multiple projects going at the same time. So appreciate all that. And then I just had kind of a list of concern items on the next slide that we've been talking about, some of which with the late breaking change sheet news of last night have been worked on and changed, which is great. So I can skip over some of them. Number one, of course, is numeric effluent limits. And I think the concern, as discussed by other permittees that have already presented today, gets to the feasibility with construction sites and kind of the nature of our work, working in remote areas. Capturing and treating stormwater from construction sites is problematic for us. And I think we've actually gone to the extent of taking state board staff out to some of these sites so they can get a look and see kind of how these sites work, the feasibility of meeting the levels that are in Appendix H. So I won't go into detail because I know that's been a topic that's been discussed at length already today. But I think some of the change sheet items were a positive thing to see. And I'm really excited about some of the discussion on monitoring and then coming up with reasonable and feasible ways to implement that. But in the meantime, numeric action levels are a positive and supported item so that we can monitor water quality, adjust BMPs, make changes to really improve water quality, which is, I think, what we all want to do based on the statements earlier. The next item that, again, is really important for us long linear utility folks is programmatic permitting. So when we have projects that have similar scopes of work, like a tower or a pole or a transmission line, where we can easily and more streamlined add permitted areas, very important. So there's a few nuances that I think we have submitted suggested red line text to staff in terms of approvals, being able to use change of informations to add additional acreage, which we didn't see in the last draft, but again, I'll need to go back after the latest change sheets and see if there's any changes to that address that concern. But again, it's more of the approval timelines and automatic approvals to be able to make that tool really useful for us. I think item number 3 there, the transition period, again, Caltrans previously just stated that it was 3 years and it's dropped down to 2 in reality when you have the effective date. So for us as well, we have a handful of our projects that are multi-year, would fall into that category where you would run out of time in this transition period and have to transfer to the new permit. And again, it's a lot of administrative and burden to do that on these large projects that are already in flight. So we would also support kind of going back to that 3-year period and being able to use the change of information tool to add acreage, because I think, again, it's an important function for these projects that go on for many years. Items 4 and 5 on sampling and the inspections, I think those have been covered at length, and I did see changes to the text there in the latest change sheet, so I'll skip over those. Number 6 on the post-construction requirements, again, echoing kind of, I think, what others have stated in terms of in the permitting phase on that front end, we typically don't have those post-construction documents already complete and ready to submit. And we are submitting them usually to cities and counties for their review and approval, and that comes a little later down the construction phasing line than the initial NOI process, PRD process. So again, we would, and again, I need to go back and read that change sheet because I know there was some edits made, but it does seem like tying it to more of a notice of termination or end of project timeframe would be supported and helpful for us, but just removing that requirement on the front end and maybe keeping it as an acknowledgement that we understand that there are post-construction requirements. So we could do an acknowledgement, but not uploading a bunch of documents that then change and are submitted to other agencies that have the jurisdiction to review and approve. And lastly, we've suggested some red line edits to the NOT approval process, and I believe my colleague Robin, who's on the line from DWP, LADWP, submitted those to encourage a time clock that's realistic for 30 days after submitting to be able to either have an automatic approval or response, just so we can more efficiently close out projects. Because you can imagine if we have multiple projects that are waiting for closeout or closing those permits, we're racking up costs with inspections and other items. So again, just kind of some improvements on the administration of the permit would be helpful. So I think those are the main items I had. But again, I don't know if Brandon or staff would like to respond or board members, but we can continue. And if you have any questions on behalf of the utility sector, feel free to bring those up now.
Really appreciate it, Ms. Granberry. You and again, so many others have been a key part of making sure that we have something implementable. I think we covered a good bit of some of what you flagged here. I've made note here, just looking to fellow board colleagues in case they have any questions, and seeing none. Thank you. Really appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll go to Marcy Snag. I may have done less well on your last name, and I apologize.
No problem. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Stanaj.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marcy Stanage, and I am the Director of Water and Environmental Relations for the Rebuild SoCal Partnership. Our organization consists of 2,750 contractors who employ more than 90,000 union workers. Our mission is to advocate for responsible infrastructure funding in the 12 counties of Southern California. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Rebuild SoCal on the proposed construction stormwater permit. Rebuild agrees with the concerns that have been raised by the construction industry panel and the utilities panel, and we urge the board to amend the permit based on those concerns. To be more specific, our organization believes that permits such as the construction stormwater permit need to be based on the best available data, and the compliance with the permit must be feasible. Additionally, we believe that the construction general permit in its current form does not comport with either of these objectives. Also, based on comments made by Caltrans in the most recent workshop, we support their request to extend regulatory coverage under the current permit for 3 years after the effective date of the newly adopted permit. In closing, we respectfully request the board to remove the remaining numeric effluent limits and incorporate the proposed recommendations by the construction industry and utilities panel. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stanage. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Alyssa Rancière.
Hello, Chair. Sorry. Hello, Chair, members of the board, staff, good morning. My name is Mary Alyssa Rancière, and I'm speaking on behalf of Associated General Contractors of California. AGC is a member-driven organization with over 950 members specializing in commercial construction. While we see that there were changes made to the construction stormwater general permit draft language, there still appears to be several problematic issues as the language is currently written. First, AGC of California supports the anti-degradation findings in the staff report. However, the findings do not go far enough. We believe that the anti-degradation findings should be applied to CGP monitoring and reporting program in its entirety. Second, we support the red line proposed by Construction Industry Business Labor Utilities Coalition, specifically to remove NELs for TMDL compliance and instead replace them with NALs. Third, we encourage staff to remove the 100 milligram per liter TSS surrogate for organic chlorine pesticides, PCBs, and metal detection that are used for NEL and NAL compliance, as the surrogate lacks substantial evidence to support its use. The data collected by the State Water Board does not include data from construction sites. Therefore, findings cannot be generalized to construction sites. Fourth, we encourage staff to remove the procedure for determining NEL exceedance and the soil screening investigation requirements for NEL compliance. Fifth, we urge staff to change the grandfathering clause back to its originally suggested 3-year timeframe instead of the newly proposed 2-year timeframe. Lastly, we urge the board and staff to consider the economic impact of the draft CGP. Robert Patterson conducted a sampling cost analysis that demonstrates a significant increase in costs compared to the current CGP. Specifically, the cost of sampling goes from a range of $4,800 to $75,000 to a range of $214,800 to $943,000 for 10 sites annually. This increase in cost places an enormous burden on contractors. Construction associations have been following the development of this permit closely, keeping our members apprised of their requirements. Those members wanted to express their concerns and support for the proposed changes recommended by KICWIC and their coalition partners. 120 interested parties have signed a petition to advise the board for their concerns. We would like to submit that petition for the record. We want to stress the desire to have an open process and the ability to engage and provide constructive feedback for board staff. We want to commend and thank staff for their efforts and inclusiveness in the development of this permit. Lastly, we encourage staff to consider changes to the permit that would decrease the financial burden on these essential businesses. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Rencier. I appreciate your comments. As for the request to officially enter this into the record, I think we'll treat this similar to a previous request. But thank you. And at least here we have certainly as visual for us, the list of folks. Mr. Lawfer, anything further to add?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify for record purposes. We have displayed the names, but the petition itself is really just the list of names who support the industry coalition. So it's not evidentiary in nature. Okay. But it does allow the board to sense where these individuals come relative to the staff proposal.
Thank you. Very helpful. Next, I'd like to move to Kyle Griffith, who will be followed by Alexa LaPlante.
Good morning, all. My name is.
Yeah, good morning.
Sorry, I got the request to start my video. Good morning, all. I'll keep my comments brief. My name is Kyle Griffith. I'm with Baker Castillo and Fairbanks Public Affairs. We've submitted a couple of comment letters throughout the CGP process and wanted to echo, first thank the resource or the board and your staff for all the hard work that you've done on this. We've assembled a coalition of more than 40 organizations, from the local government, business, infrastructure, labor space regarding our concerns about the impacts of the proposed CGP. We echo the comments from the utility and transportation presentations earlier in this meeting, and really hope that the board is willing to accept those proposed changes and work on a version that addresses those. So again, thank you for your hard work, and looking forward to the final version of these regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Appreciate your comments and contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Alexa LaPlante.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Still morning.
Great.
Yes.
Good morning. So I'm Alexa LaPlante with the PG&E Construction Stormwater team, and thank you for letting me speak today. PG&E wants to thank the state and regional water boards for supporting PG&E's need for programmatic permitting under the construction general permit over the years. As you may be aware, PG&E leadership met with Chief Deputy Director John Bishop in 2011 to develop an effective strategy to provide programmatic permitting coverage for projects or programs with essential work located throughout each water board region. This strategy has been consistently used by PG&E since 2011 and essentially is now what is referred to as programmatic permitting in the draft CGP that is proposed for adoption today. Despite this, PG&E has been recently informed that we must discontinue the use of programmatic permitting, this programmatic permitting structure, which has been used since 2011 until the draft CGP is effective in September 2023. The original intent and need for programmatic permitting have not changed, and this sudden change would result in many repercussions, not only to PG&E, but could also impact the safety of Californians. The programmatic approach has allowed PG&E to respond to work needs resulting from a federal mandated transmission integrity management program for gas transmission pipelines. PG&E also uses programmatic permitting approach to address wildfire risk mitigation and wildfire rebuild projects carried out in support of PG&E's wildfire community safety plan and for restoration of power after wildfire damage. This unforeseen change has significant impacts on approximately 138 work plans for this essential work that we're actively working towards obtaining permit coverage for, and hundreds more that would have been included programmatically over the next 12 months. Therefore, PG&E strongly requests that the State Water Board incorporate into the reissued permit a clause similar to the one granted regarding the broadband executive order in section 3B4B of the proposed permit that would allow for PG&E to implement the programmatic permitting option described in the proposed permit effective 100 days after permit adoption. That is all I have.
Thank you, Ms. LaPlante. I appreciate the flag and comment. Looking to our colleagues, I know they're conferring right now. If you want to comment now or save for Ms. Liu.
So I just wanted to clarify a lot of the comment was about implementation of the current 2009 permit. And as currently written, I just wanted to confirm that they are correct that the statewide permitting option is limited to the broadband thing. It was intentionally narrow because it's a little bit of an unusual approach to cover the middle mile.
Looking to other board members if they want more follow-up.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify a little bit more thoroughly for me? So PG&E suggesting here that they were covered under a programmatic option. Are you saying that's going to then sunset with the exception of the broadband?
So what they're talking about is implementation under the prior permit and what isn't allowed under the prior permit. The adoption today doesn't affect that. But they are asking for an expansion of the programmatic permitting to help allow them to use the programmatic permitting option earlier.
So what we're considering today would allow them to do what they would like to do, and what they are concerned about is what they're allowed to do under the current permit, because their understanding is that the current permit doesn't allow them to do a programmatic. Can you clarify? Sorry.
So I'm going to try, and then they will all tell me where I'm wrong. But my understanding is that that under the new permit that we're adopting that goes into effect in a year, they would have the ability to do their programmatic permitting. Under the existing permit, they have 100 days where they can continue before it's effective to cover the gap. Is that correct? Because I had trouble this morning trying to follow this.
So for that 100 days that is applicable to statewide programmatic permitting, that is giving them the period 100 days from the adoption date until the effective date to apply for programmatic permit coverage that will continue coverage under the 2009 permit because it's still within that regulatory transition window. What PG&E is alluding to right now is that they are currently using a version of programmatic permitting under the 2009 permit, which is not explicitly allowed in the permit, I guess you could say, or described in the permit.
But this is all for what's currently applicable. In other words, what we're talking about adopting today is going to allow them to do what they would like to do. And so what we presumably are going to adopt today would provide that pathway. And the concern is before our adoption, their concern is before the adoption.
Before the permit goes into effect.
We're
talking about a year
or so
gap between, because there's an effective date of the permit, which is a year from now. And so the language that the staff proposed would be to give them a period of time after 100 days, because 100 days is so that EPA can review the permit, but so that it's if they have any objections. But once that permit, that 100 days has passed. No, I'm saying it wrong. Go ahead, Serena.
What you're saying is right, but only for the statewide broadband projects. And so the current permit does not, or the proposed permit does not allow regional programmatic permitting to apply for coverage at 100 days. They would have to.
So I guess that I think we need to.
We need some clarification.
I think that we need to talk about this because what they're asking for is to continue what they're doing until this permit goes into effect. And I'm not sure that we need to do anything in this permit to do that. But I do think that we need to clarify, and I'll make sure that with staff, we do that at the break, that they can continue to operate the way they've been operating until the new permit goes into effect, which allows them to do the programmatic permitting. I don't believe that we have excluded that with the language, but we need to clarify.
No, I just want to reiterate that what they're currently doing that they're calling programmatic permitting is not authorized under the current permit. So what they're doing now isn't really allowed to begin with, and maybe Diana can provide some additional information.
Yes, Diana Messina from DWQ. So in regards to implementation of the current 2009 permit, there was some time in the past that PG&E worked out a programmatic approach for emergency projects. That was not in the existing permit. And so PG&E had this carved out. Recently, a letter was sent to PG&E stating that we are seeing applications coming in for non-emergency projects, and they're using that same approach that is not in the current permit. So a letter was issued that basically told PG&E that they have to cease the use of the programmatic permitting that was allowed to them for emergency projects for non-emergency projects. So that's to put PG&E's in context. And so in this permit, the regional programmatic permitting for the proposed permit goes in effect September 1st, 2023. So this is the gap that Alexa is talking about. They received a letter, they have to cease the informal programmatic permitting allowance, and they're going to have to wait until the effective date of the proposed permit, the way the proposed permit's written.
This would be helpful to know just for, is there something we could do in this permit to address that? Or is this really just a current implementation question and not something we could address in the adoption of this permit going forward?
So as I listened to Ms. LaPlante, the request is that we make the regional programmatic permitting approach effective 100 days after the adoption of this new permit, similar to the statewide programmatic permitting. Again, this programmatic permitting, it's an administrative thing. We still continue to regulate each individual project individually. It's just to streamline the administrative steps to get a waste discharge identification number and the reporting and so forth.
Thank you, Ms. Messina.
Just like to add that we have been using this option for non-emergency projects for many years now, since 2011. And it was also agreed upon with Carmen Fulis back in, I believe, 2015 or 2016 to include our wildfire risk mitigation program. And this is essential work that PG&E is doing and getting coverage for, that we are happy to comply with what's in the proposed reissued permit, the requirements there. But we would like to continue using the programmatic permitting option until, indefinitely if we can. However, it is in the.
So I have a suggestion, is that this is not really related to this permit, but that I will meet with our staff and with PG&E and iron out the appropriate use. I believe that there may be some sideboards that need to be put on to clarify when it's appropriate to use an emergency permit as opposed to going through the process. But we can ensure that the needs for fire protection, for their pipeline issues will be addressed in that. So I think this is not really related to this permit, really related to a review of what use of that emergency programmatic permit was done in the past and how that needs to change. And it just happens to coincide with us allowing for it in the new permit when it becomes effective. So we're talking about a year. I think we can work through this pretty quickly and make sure that we're on board with that stuff. So I would ask staff to work with Alexa to set up a meeting for the next couple of weeks so we can get that straightened out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bishop, and thank you, Ms. LaPlante. I appreciate you bringing it up, and I know that we have a lot of good and complex work that's going on in the wildfire space, both in recovery, response. The utilities are strong partners, I know, in a lot of those discussions. And so, yes, hearing there's not much we're going to do and could possibly do to address your concern in the adoption of this permit, and it is around what we do in that year period here. And look forward to hearing how discussions with Mr. Bishop and staff go around that. But I appreciate the comment and this exchange and us better understanding both your point and request and how we can actually address it. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Robin Yamada. And I know, Ms. Yamada, that, or Mr., I apologize, I don't mean to gender you. You would speak as necessary. So just let us know if you need to speak.
And Robin, you have accepted the offer to unmute. It looks like through the Zoom platform that's coming in on your phone that you might have paired those up. So you want to make sure that you're connecting the right device, either through your Zoom client or on the phone.
And on the phone to unmute, I believe it's star six. Oh, good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Robin Yamada, and I'm with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. I just wanted to clarify some information that was already provided by Julie Granberry, but the language that we wanted to propose for the notice of terminations, I guess I just wanted to read it out for everyone. So the language we're proposing is in the proposed order in section 3H7, and the additional language we're recommending is if accepted for review, the Regional Water Board shall approve, return, or deny the notice of termination within 30 days. For each subsequent submittal by the discharger for a return notice of termination, the Regional Water Board shall provide a termination within 30 days. And we would also like to recommend this language for the change of information as well. So this would be in section 3G1 of the order. And so this language would read, the change of information will be automatically approved 30 calendar days before the date of change of information is submitted, unless within the 30 calendar days, the Regional Water Board notifies the discharger through SMARTS that the change of information or returned. So I just wanted to read out this language that we were recommending, just so that we have some timeframe certainty regarding the notice of terminations and change of information. That's all I have, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate that. You were a little faint, just so you know, in the room, but I was able to take down and heard what you said and appreciate your comments. I think we all did, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cindy Donis, who will be followed by Crystal Yu.
And Chair Esquivel, I'll just point out that Cindy Donis does not appear to be on the platform, but we do have one individual that came in with just the name of iPhone. So if that happens to be Cindy, if you could use your device to raise your hand. And it looks like it might be.
Hi, my name is Cindy Donis. I'm a community member living in Gabrielino Tonga territory, so-called Southeast LA. I'm also an organizer member with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. And I'm sharing with you an urgency to create stronger language in the current proposed construction stormwater general permit reissuance, particularly around the importance of effluent numeric limits over effluent action limits for the County of LA. Millions of dollars are being funneled to Los Angeles due to massive development plans, like the LA River Master Plan that was just finalized this year, tourist attractions like the World Cup in 2026 and the Olympics in 2028. And these plans and projects fail to uplift and protect waters, lands, indigenous peoples, and existing communities of color across the county. Contractors will come and go without detailed and strong protections and enforcement. And that would be unfortunate to see the water board condone the contamination of water and people. You also weaken our ability as a region to become more sustainable ourselves. Currently, there's a lot of conversations to try to envision and create the necessary water capturing and recycling infrastructure to no longer extract and steal water through State Water Project, Colorado River Project, and LA Aqueduct. But we can't trust our waters here locally if they aren't amply protected. I'll also share an observation that in the commentators, I do see a lack of Indigenous representation, while this decision impacts sacred waters and sites all across the state. This is inefficient and lacking when it comes to the responsibility that the State Water Board and staff have, in particular, in the drafting of the racial equity plan that is going to be so meaningful and should be enacted as it's being drafted as well. I hope you reconsider, pause, reflect, and take more time to truly understand what is at cost here. And additionally, not recreate neighborhoods of color as an area for testing, as a trial, when we are already impacted so heavily by so much contamination from different industries already. And I know this is specific to a construction permit, but that's an additional burden that you would be placing on people who have historically been already experiencing that. Thank you for your time.
More importantly, thank you, Ms. Donis, for your voice in this discussion and participating in this. I know it really appreciate your perspective here and adding to what is always a balancing here at this board. And the more voices we have, the more participation in our decision making, the better we can be assured that we are taking into consideration all the voices and more importantly, impacted communities in the decisions we're making. So thank you incredibly. Next, I'd like to call up Iris Verduzco. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick disclaimer. I'm currently struggling with bronchitis and laryngitis, so my voice is a little, coming in and out. But, thank you for having me today, chair and board members. My name is Iris Verduzco, and I live in the homelands of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples in the city of Southgate, a city whose historically toxic industrial practices are still impacting the region today. I am here today to comment on the reissuance of the construction stormwater general permit, and I believe the State Water Board has the opportunity and ability to be a champion for public health and environmental protections as we approach the adoption of the construction general permit. I call on the board to ensure that we uphold the strongest regulations and measures as it relates to the importance of enforcing numeric effluent limits over numeric action levels, ensuring enforcement during the regulatory transition period to not excuse discharges from complying with TMDL obligations, and ensuring that communities that are already bear a disproportionate burden to pollution and contamination like mine are not used as testing grounds to evaluate the strength of the total suspended solids proxy. As a community member and board member with ECR Communities for Environmental Justice, I have had the opportunity to conduct community participatory research through the supportive programs like the Marina Pando Social Justice Research Collaborative, where I investigated problem sites in and near the lower Los Angeles River that displayed potential for dry weather urban runoff, which played a role in providing education on stormwater quality, stormwater policies, and future community developments. I have also studied and received my certification as a qualified industrial stormwater practitioner. And while that certification differs from that of the construction general permit, it has provided me with a fundamental understanding of the Water Board's enforcement practices. The State Water Board shared the following remarks in regards to this call for strong enforcement. Any further analysis would require knowing the particular pollutant and the degree that water quality for the particular pollutant is affected, which is not possible without knowing project-specific details. And I want to share why this response is harmful to environmental justice communities like mine, because it fails to recognize that our lived experiences and our professional capacity have shown us that the numerous ways that industry and construction fail to comply with existing regulations. My experience as a QUISP was devastating to see how many times industries were allowed to continue operating despite continuously contaminating our waterways without empathy, remorse, or care for the communities who live there. The board has the opportunity to take action to hold construction companies accountable. With numerous development projects mentioned, coming into our communities, such as the Los Angeles River Master Plan, and in preparation for international sporting events, such as the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Olympics, It is crucial that we act from a place of prevention rather than response. Our communities deserve to be heard, protected, and respected. And I ask the board to adopt the most aggressive standard possible. Our communities, our health, and our lives depends on it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Verduzco. I appreciate your important perspective and time, and here the engagement with the regulatory mechanics that we have that can seem sometimes a little impenetrable, but they're not. They're based on some pretty fundamental principles, and at a time when we do have a lot more access to data and science. And so your engagement, community's engagement with these things and at this deep level is incredibly important and meaningful. So thank you, and take very much your consideration, your comments into deep consideration. Next in the room, I'd like to call up SWRCB. And
Chair Escobar, I will point out there was a third individual in that group, Crystal Yu, who we did not get a chance to hear from yet.
Oh, okay, apologize. I didn't mean to skip over. Ms. Yu.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I'm also a resident living on Gabrielino Tongva territory in so-called Los Angeles, and a member of the East Shore Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm calling today to also urge the State Water Board to adopt nutrient numeric effluent limits over numeric action levels in their construction general permit update. Right now, the State Water Board has an opportunity to live up to its mission statement to quote, preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources by taking a firmer stance against pollution caused by construction agencies. As the two speakers before me mentioned, with the World Cup and the Olympics coming up in the next couple of years, we must guarantee that the State Water Board will hold construction companies accountable for any pollution that they may cause. We are very wary that this push for numeric action levels is because construction companies want to avoid the automatic fines and repercussions of numeric effluent limits, especially since the actual numeric thresholds do not change between these two standards. So, and we've seen how leniency towards pollution regulation has led to pretty continuous and blatant violations of these standards. And we know that accountability is really the only way forward. This is especially true for East LA, Southeast LA, where racist practices of redlining, or such as redlining, have led to communities bearing such disproportionately high pollution burdens. Like any other community, East LA deserves to be protected against, or Southeast LA deserves to be protected against pollution from construction sites. So we ask that the board value public health and community well-being over industry and profit. So of the two options on the table today, or of the options on the table today, we believe that effluent limits do a much better job of accomplishing our goal of clean waters and healthy communities. And that's why, again, we're urging for the board to adopt numeric effluent limits over numeric action levels in their construction general permit update. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu, and apologies there for skipping over you for a moment, and really appreciate your comments and engagement on this. Next, I don't see SWRCB here in the room, I believe, and so we will move to Jane Janda Timba.
Good afternoon. I would like to withdraw my comment opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. And you were speak as necessary, so yes, thank you, I appreciate that. Next is Trisha Wotan, who will be followed by James Thauerwacher.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, good afternoon.
Excellent, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Trisha Wotan, Environmental Regulations Manager with the City of Monterey. Today, I wish to simply thank the board and its staff for the opportunity to provide input and comments on this CGP update. And specifically, I'm here to just share that we appreciate the addition of the post-construction requirements design deliverable at the permit registration document phase at NOI. Since the PCR design components are often an early driver and consideration in the construction grading and drainage improvements, it's an important design and compliance item to daylight early on in the CGP documentation for the types of large-scale development and construction projects permitted by the CGP. The addition of the PCR design information as it's been revised is also going to facilitate greater clarity and information sharing between all parties. So the state staff, local agency staff, and the project owner, and will also greatly aid in those communications about the planned PCR design compliance from the beginning of the project and as it changes over the course of construction. Lastly, and perhaps I would like to just share an observation or question. It appears to me that the PCR PRD documentation being requested is design level specific. So it doesn't appear to be a final construction level of detail at the moment of NOI. So essentially the design information would then be made available by the project's LRP or QSD from the get-go for all parties to understand the proposed plan for PCR compliance, with the understanding that document revisions may still be uploaded throughout the course of construction as those details are finalized and up until NOT. So gaining this design clarity at NOT, instead of receiving it upfront, may present challenges, especially if the PCR facilities in the field are in the process of being finalized or have been constructed already. That could present design or compliance questions at that time. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to comment today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give staff an opportunity to provide any clarification. I saw you nodding your head, but would rather you go ahead and say what was on your mind.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, Tricia, your understanding is correct that at the NOI, when the discharger is applying for coverage under the permit, we are not expecting final plans. We are expecting preliminary plans, whatever they have available, so that we can understand what direction they are going on. And you articulated beautifully kind of the process that we were envisioning by requiring these earlier on in the NOI process. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for your comment, Ms. Wooten. Next, we have James Thurwatcher, California State Council of Laborers.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, chair members. James Thurwatcher. I'm with the California State Council of Laborers. Thank you for this opportunity. We represent close to 70,000 men and women in the heavy construction industry throughout the state. And we do appreciate the robust discussions we've had with staff and other stakeholders throughout this long and demanding process. I'd like to just reiterate a few points from our perspective that we've shared in the past. The proposed CGP includes several unworkable provisions that will inevitably increase the costs of compliance and put vital infrastructure, housing, and other economic development projects at grave risk of being eliminated. Continuing to include the annual standard in the draft permit is infeasible because the proposed thresholds are so low that they virtually make it impossible for us to meet with the current BMPs in place. Finally, the current draft is still available in only one language, and that's pretty troubling. If we care about equity and inclusion, we implore you to just consider the thousands of smaller operators and construction companies who speak English only as a second language. These are the folks who will need to hire private consultants and translators just to interpret this very comprehensive permit. The significant increases in costs will lead inevitably to projects being delayed or canceled, which will unfortunately result in less middle-class union jobs for many of our members. So we strongly urge the board to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your comments. And yeah, here fundamental to our discussion is that balance between the protections and costs and how we make that right strike. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips. Good afternoon. Oh, I think that still needs to be turned on. There's a button down at the bottom there. Thank you.
This is good? All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today and for working with us on this permit. We're really excited to see it finally cross the finish line. Today, I offer 4 comments with the goals of keeping our waters clean, and I hope they will be well received. The first is that we'd like to express our strong support for the numeric effluent limits in this permit. Numeric effluent limits set objective and accountable means for controlling stormwater discharges. They give dischargers a clear and objective goal when designing their BMPs and make it easy for the water board to understand when a permit violation has occurred. These numeric limits will help ensure that California's waterways are swimmable, fishable, and drinkable for all. And my second point, and in the same vein, we believe that the nitrogen-based nutrient pollution controls in the permit should be returned from action levels to numeric effluent limits. And we see this as a win-win because it will be more protective of water quality and it won't raise the cost of compliance. This won't raise the cost of compliance because the only difference between an action level and an effluent limit is the consequences for exceeding that threshold. The threshold itself is identical, which means that if construction sites can meet an action level, then they can meet an effluent limit without any additional costs or efforts. And as I mentioned before, numeric effluent limits are much more protective of water quality. According to the EPA's effluent limitation guidelines, numeric effluent limits are, I quote, the best way to quantifiably ensure industry compliance and to make reasonable further progress toward the Clean Water Act goal of eliminating pollutants into the nation's waters. And specifically with nitrogen-based nutrient pollution, the fact sheet makes clear that only minimum housekeeping and sediment erosion controls are needed to control this pollution. In fact, more advanced BMPs are unfeasible, which means that enrollees should not need an iterative process to meet these thresholds. Even more, the permit already gives enrollees a second chance to improve upon their management practices, as there's no consequences for the first exceedance of a numeric effluent limit. The State Water Board should not give dischargers a third chance to do the bare minimum. Instead, it should hold these polluters accountable and send the strong signal that efforts need to be made to protect water quality from the outset of these projects and not only after pollution has already occurred. This is especially true as these retranslations occurred for many water bodies in eastern Los Angeles, an area which already faces a disproportionate pollution burden. In addition, as Board Member Firestone highlighted at the beginning of the hearing, the Ventura River Algae TMDL mandates that its wasteload allocations shall be translated as numeric water quality-based effluent limitations, and they were translated as action levels in the permit. We believe that this interpretation of the TMDL ignores this mandate and is therefore inconsistent with the requirements of the TMDL, which violate the EPA's NPDES regulations. Retranslating these action levels back to effluent limits is both good policy and consistent with the law. Our third point is that we believe this anti-degradation analysis needs to justify degradation of high-quality waters, even if the allowed degradation does not cause water quality to decline below water quality standards. So under the precedent set in California's 4th Appellate Court for the purposes of this anti-degradation analysis, if the baseline water quality is better than water quality objectives, then the baseline water quality must be maintained in the absence of findings required by the anti-degradation policy. This means that any lowering of water quality, even if the reduced water quality still is above water quality standards, must be justified in the anti-degradation analysis. However, the analysis in the permit notes that there is essentially no harm to the public interest if water drops to the point where it only meets but does not exceed water quality standards. This is a dangerous precedent which would justify degrading many California waterways up to the point of impairment, and we caution the Water Board against this interpretation of the anti-degradation policy. Finally, we believe that during the regulatory transition period, enrollees should be required to comply with the water quality-based effluent limitation obligations in Attachment H of the updated construction permit. And we believe that this is good policy because it removes an unnecessary consultation requirement and will be more protective of water quality. So the terms of the 2009 permit require dischargers in an impaired watershed with a TMDL to consult with the Water Board to confirm that their SWIP will be consistent with that TMDL. This consultation can only result in a SWIP that complies with the most up-to-date TMDL obligations, which are the same requirements found in Attachment H of this updated permit. And in 7 water bodies specifically that have TMDLs that lack implementation plans, compliance schedules, or final compliance deadlines, Attachment H actually goes a step further and enforces those TMDLs upon the 2023 implementation of the permit. This means that during the transition period, dischargers in most impaired watersheds will already need to comply with Attachment H of the updated permit, and those in those 7 specific water bodies will have more protective requirements. Lastly, we'd like to once again express our support for limiting the regulatory transition period. While we understand that the regulatory industry relies on consistency, the previously proposed transition period would be over half the expected regulatory life of the permit, and it applies to all sites, not just major construction like Caltrans or utilities. Consistency cannot outweigh the need for more water and water quality protections. I hope these comments are well received, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions the board may have.
Yep, well received. Thank you. As all comments are here, and what we keep coming back to again is at least the amount of time that we have now in the permit before implementation. It is here again. 4 years out of 5 years is a bit of a stretch in some of this. I think important to note that although it's 2 years for everyone listening, 2 years, as we know, after the effective date, that's not a year into it. So it's a 3-year still, timeline that folks have. So, and I appreciate your other comments as well. Anything for follow-up from fellow board colleagues? So at this moment, and still have plenty of time for more. So, okay. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Holly McClure. Will be followed by Michael Quigley.
And I think Ms. McClure had indicated she did not wish to speak, but we'll give her a chance and offer her the chance to unmute if that. Yeah, so not responding.
Thank you. And I think then our perhaps last commenter is Mr. Quigley. Yes, because it looks like Ruth Kolb decided not to speak. So thank you. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm Michael Quigley, the Executive Director with the California Alliance for Jobs. We represent over 2,500 union construction contractors and over 80,000 union construction workers who build and maintain our state's infrastructure. I think, there's already been a lot said, so I won't rehash all of the points. Just a couple of things I just want to add. One, obviously, there's still some outstanding concerns about the feasibility of implementing a numeric effluent limit approach. I think one of the things that this body should take a look at is that the fact remains that the federal construction general permit that the Biden administration has adopted within the last 12 months did not include numeric effluent limits. And I think that's very telling in terms of what is actually required under the Clean Water Act. And I do not believe that there is any precedent that that staff has acknowledged to our group that would show that there is a requirement under Clean Water Act that you adopt an NEL approach. And I would say, secondly, I would also heavily encourage this body to honor the request from Caltrans to extend the window to 3 years. When they say that there's 23% of the shop projects will be impacted, it doesn't really give a good indication of how many projects they're talking about, but I can assure you that it's in the hundreds. Because there's two main ways that Caltrans delivers projects. They fund them through the STIP, which is more capital improvement projects, and those are measured in the dozens annually. But the SHOP is the state's operations and safety upgrades and maintenance projects. Those are all included in the SHOP, and so those projects number in the multiple thousands annually across our 55,000 miles of right of way. So the potential for this decision about 2 years or 3 years, really could have an impact of hundreds of millions of dollars on hundreds of projects across the state. So I hope folks concern themselves with that as well. And finally, as I appreciate the comments from the chair repeatedly about finding the right balance. And I think one of the things that we have to do is find the right balance with this permit. And part of that has to take into consideration the fact that this permit will likely be going into effect at the same time that we are in an economic recession. Everything seems to be indicating that's the direction things are going. Interest rates are continuing to go up, and when inflation is not under control yet. So we are not out of this. And I think one of the things that really needs to be considered is, how can this minimize the impact on the economy, minimize the impact on business, and still get us to our water quality goals. And I think you've heard a lot of good considerations from the speakers today towards that effect. And so I hope you guys consider those. And with that, I will close out the comments and appreciate all the hard work and the long dialogue we've had over this. And there's definitely, I would say we're definitely at an approved permit from where we started. And so I appreciate that consideration that we've had at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. And either way, a lot of work after this moment to still be going on with. So appreciate the spirit and comments. And I know the eye to the real work it's going to take, not just here and having crafted something, but what it means to implement and what we'll learn through that as well. Looking to my colleagues on where folks are feeling, if we've heard anything that's going to require some additional adjustment to the language that's been proposed in the change sheets, some so recently as just yesterday evening, which I think, as we heard from a number of commenters, I think took some of the issues that folks were looking most concerned about to bring up. You know, I think if I were to kind of go through my list quickly to help get folks a sense of what I'm feeling, I don't think I have too much of one, because I think we've talked about this for quite a while. And this is, I think, here, and even with, you know, good last minute further edit that came from good last minute further feedback on a creative approach that, yes, lacks a lot of the science that we still need when it comes to the TSS. There's a lot of great science and work as well on NELs generally, and the approach to hear how we continue to, again, as I said at the top, reduce the inputs of pollution into stormwater, this, you know, resource we're all looking to here better ensure we are using into the future with this dry, incredible drought we're experiencing, and all the things that certainly come to mind as, you know, play into what can seem like such a bureaucratic permit. But it is important to get the right balance. I largely feel we're there. If anything, I would start to then, because of the concern I have about the commitment to making the TSS a workable option by some right now, you know, again, I'm almost swinging obviously more toward, you know, NELs and otherwise, but I think I feel committed to what we've been able to bring as compromise here. I think it is that right balance, but I leave certainly open to the rest of my colleagues to reflect and decide for themselves if there is something further we're needing to define, clarify, or get from folks here in our program.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We heard a lot of really good and helpful, I think, feedback today. You know, I'm trying to figure out how to bend this appropriately. So I have a few items that I had flagged during the course of the discussion that are not related to the NEL, NAL discussion. So I thought maybe if I could just bring those up,
please,
and then we could circle back to the NEL issue. So I had flagged a comment from Dr. Paulson on the soil sampling targets and what those appropriate levels would be based on the detection limit versus what you might expect in the receiving water. So that's a question, maybe a technical question I'd like a little bit more information on.
So can I jump in? Because I think that I understand what I believe she was talking about is that that the using the detection level to determine if a site is has the potential to be releasing the material. So as the screening, that the detection level is so low that all sites would automatically weigh in, I think is what she was getting at.
Yeah, I think she was also alluding to the fact that you would have to have a certain concentration in the soil to actually exceed the effluent limitation. Which when you do that calculation, it actually ends up being much higher. So I don't want to say more because I'll probably get it wrong, but I'm seeing a thumbs up, so perhaps I'm somewhat correct. So anyway, I'd like a little bit more insight into that. And then Coastkeeper, actually, Mr. Phillips had, I thought, an interesting comment actually about when the NELs would become effective, the actually effective date. And so I just am looking for a better understanding of, is that for existing projects, is that during the, you know, when the permit becomes effective, Is it after they make the regulatory transition? When does that changeover actually happen? And if there are, whatever the TMDL expectations are, when do those become applicable, just for my own understanding, since that comment was raised. And then the last non-NEL, NAL translation comment I have is on the utility stakeholder groups who were asking about, they had suggested some language about the notice of termination timeline, and I wasn't quite following exactly what they were asking for in terms of the specifics. So if you have some follow-up thoughts on those suggestions, I'd be interested in that. So those were the items that I had.
Board member, folks want to take through those and then we can.
Okay, so taking it in order, the first point about the soil. So the analytical reporting method is just a presence or absence test. It's screening. It is not meant to be compliance. So I think what I took from the comment was if it's compliance, it should be a different level, but it's not compliance.
I think in part, maybe the comment was whether that site and that discharger should be responsible for that NEL.
So it would mean with analytical reporting data, presence, absence, any kind of presence, even if it's potentially lower than because you haven't gotten to compliance, the NEL would apply if there is a presence. So for the purposes of screening, that does determine who the TSS NEL applies to.
So we will discuss that. I think that we're going to need to have a discussion, but I think I understand your concern is that level too low, which would require sites to be listed as responsible for the TMDL when it's just native material
background. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and then on the second question, that was coast keepers and what happens for the regulatory transition. So if someone has coverage under the 2009, the existing permit right now, they have 2 years after the effective date to finish up their project. During that time, the TMDL provisions that are in place in the 2009 permit apply, and those are open-ended in that the regional board may require additional requirements should they be necessary, but it does not say that attachment H on this permit applies to them. So it would revert back to what is existing in the 2009 permit with respect to TMDLs.
So I do think, though, he made an argument that the argument was that that the existing requirements require the consultation with the regional board to ensure that the TMDLs are being met with their existing. And because we have interpreted that in this new permit, that would be the most logical way to ensure that it's being met for the regional board. So he's making an argument that I think that given that we now have this in attachment H, that would be the logical thing for the regional board to do, and such that we should just say that that's what they should do.
And then for the third comment from the utilities, and I'll give Amy a chance to chime in if she'd like, but basically how the permit is set up is notice of terminations right now. They have 30 days to accept for review, and they were asking to change that to 30 days for action on the notice of termination to approve or deny at that point. And the reason, part of the rationale and why we have not yet included a deadline for action is that there's a wide variety of projects under the CGP, and sometimes the regional boards have sufficient information and sometimes they don't. And we wanted to give them the ability to go back and work it out before taking an action.
Through our existing performance report and reporting requirements, we'll be able to see how long on average or, whatever we want when it comes to the issuance around those. So, 30 days, a hard cutoff that automatically means the board, forgoes its ability to say anything. It's kind of, I don't know.
Okay, those are helpful clarifications.
Ms. Cronson may want to add something further.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just wanted to point out that the comments also referenced the changes of information and having a similar time frame on the approval of those, as well as the notices of termination.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Ms. Cronson. Anything further, Mr. McGuire? Board Member McGuire.
No, I think those are helpful. I appreciate the suggestions from Coast Keeper on that, on when the TMDL should become effective, but I'm concerned that it would really confuse the transition process and that, going from the current permit to the new permit. So I wouldn't be comfortable making any changes at this point today with that. I do want to hear more information, so I appreciate the commitment to further discuss amongst staff the soil sampling screening approach and what that would look like. And I appreciate the clarification on the timeline for approval of the NOT.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. Appreciate the good questions and a follow-up to, again, good points we heard and are deserving of following. Board Member Morgan or others? I don't mean to always look kind of biased to my right side.
So, thank you. I too look forward to, staff's further discussion on the detection limits, and, how that translates into whether the limit applies. I think that directly correlates with the use of the TSS being the surrogate at 100 milligrams per liter. Because if I'm following this correctly, I think it just basically most sites would end up with that limit, and that the concern that limit being low and advanced treatment being applied to basically all sites. I personally, I would like to see that we do that balancing of making sure that we are applying, limits to protect water quality, especially within within these areas, and we're not further allowing construction sites to degrade, water quality. At this, with that, also just making sure that we aren't, during a storm event, we aren't penalizing a site for a low background level that is not degrading water quality, and we're adding additional costs onto a project. Because where I'm looking at it is that balance of how much are we paying in one area of water quality where we could pay, taking out those funds and we could be utilizing it in another area. And we are making sure that we're balancing how we, the cost and compliance of our permits and how we are, implementing our water quality actions so that we can have the best water quality throughout the state in all areas, especially those that are most impacted. And we're not overexpending in one area and we're not receiving a water quality benefit, and then into translating into not being money not being spent in an area where we really need to. So just want to make sure that as we look at this, we're taking into consideration, if it is just a really low background limit, that background level within the soil, does that really translate into a limit? And if so, what is that what would be the appropriate limit? And making sure that we are just balancing out how we're doing that translation, and so that we get the most water quality benefit from our permits.
Hey, Board Member, Vice Chair.
So I'm just interested in looking at change sheet 2 and how the language regarding metals and the collection of data could be improve to provide a little more clarity as to, what is staff committing to and what should stakeholders expect. I appreciate Board Member Morgan's comment earlier about just greater clarity in terms of timeframes and all that. And so I'm just hoping that during the break, I wouldn't want to, in my position, recommend anything in particular because I really don't have, I think, an appreciation for what all is going to be collected and analyzed. And so just looking for some further clarity to be included in change sheet, in that language in change sheet number 2. And then since we're going to be doing this anyway, I'd feel more comfortable if we included pesticides in it as well, recognizing that we do have different dates in terms of the applicability of the NELs. And I know Board Member McGuire, you had some other comments, and so I am curious to, specifically on the TSS.
Well, I think you summarized well what I was thinking additionally with regard to change sheet 2. So I wasn't sure when we were going to have this part of the discussion. So this works. So I have had concerns, which I've shared about the level, right? Is, I think, to Board Member Morgan's point and many others, is that, do we have the science, do we have the rigor behind 100 milligrams per liter being that right interpretation? There's a few studies that help substantiate some number. Maybe that's the right one, maybe not. So I think the way the change sheet articulated the potential benefit for evaluating metals over the next few years and coming back if needed, I think also applies to the pesticides discussion. And to me is honestly even more critical because the pesticides TMDL takes effect upon permit effective date. So for me, metals being about 10 years out, honestly, and pesticides being right in front of us, I think is something that we should really be considering, including language to the extent that the data collection, the working with stakeholders to refine our understanding of an appropriate surrogate limit, should be included. And if we get better information, if it helps support either a lower level or a higher level, whatever the case may be, we'll let science speak for itself. The other thing I wanted to say was, I do think that it's incumbent upon us to follow the law, that we should, if in this case, I'm talking about the metals and the pesticides, TMDLs, they're clear about the need for a numeric effluent limit. And so we should follow through with that. I would not be comfortable at this point changing to a numeric action level or a monitoring requirement for those particular constituents today. I think it is important that we make progress. We discussed a lot the Clean Water Act and our responsibilities here. And I'll point out that the TMDLs, they are developed by the regional board, but they also go through a state board approval as well through the Basin Plan Amendment process. So they have been through the state board. These are the approved TMDLs that we have. It's our job to implement them appropriately. I think the question of feasibility is a relevant one, and I appreciate the flexibility that's been lended to several of the constituents, the other TMDLs. But in this case, I think we have an opportunity to utilize the surrogate approach, and just acknowledging that we have some additional work to do as we proceed. So I think I'll just leave it at that.
I appreciate that, Board Member and Vice Chair. I again, at the top, had said when it comes to additional reporting or structure around, we'll say here focus then on change sheet 2 is I'm open to that. And I think the important thing is that it not lead to delay of implementation, but actually help inform and make it better. And so I appreciate the balance and the comments around it.
I don't want to interrupt if you want to, Member Firestone, talk about this piece.
Yeah.
I just wanted to summarize what I had heard and make sure when we go out, we're in the right, we're doing the right thing.
Yeah. So, and I really concur with especially how you expressed it, Board Member McGuire. I think we're all, as everyone said, we have we have a housing crisis. We have to address the digital divide and health and human safety with the utility sector, and we need construction and jobs for our economy and for our state. There's no question that we need to make sure that what we're requiring is feasible. We also desperately need stormwater as a resource, and I think this is a really good balance. There's in those very few watersheds in our state where we have a quite robust specific local analysis with waste load allocations, where again, not only has it been through adoption with the regional board locally, it's gone through us for approval, it even goes up to EPA. We can't ignore those, and I shouldn't ignore those. I think that's an indication that there's a significant impaired water body that requires protection and has been prioritized locally over others to make sure we're actually adopting a TMDL. So I fully agree with your points on that. I also think that what we're trying to do here with the surrogate is a good pathway to try, and I agree we need to have an NAL, but I think it's appropriate to give us time to verify or to collect more data. I don't think we need to require data collection and reporting from all construction sites, even in just those watersheds, because I think we can rely on the sort of collaborative voluntary efforts that we're identifying in change sheet 2. I'm fine with. I really appreciate all the changes that staff made in both change sheet 1 and 2. I think it improved and addressed many of the really helpful issues that stakeholders brought. I'm good with the changes requested and interested to see what staff come back with change sheet 2. I guess I'll say I'm not gonna require or feel that I can't vote for the permit because of the lack of numeric effluent limitations in the Ventura River. But I also think that leaves us open to legal challenge. And as a matter of policy and law, I think we should be implementing numeric effluent limitations when there's a TMDL that explicitly says that, particularly with climate change and the increased, we hear throughout, we heard yesterday about algal blooms, HABs, worsening. I think nutrients are a huge issue that we increasingly need to pay attention to. I'm not gonna, I'll vote for the permit without it, but I feel the need to say that. And then just lastly, I have, again, I don't feel that I require a change necessarily, but I'm never very comfortable with anti-DEG analyses that suggest that as long as you don't exceed water quality standards, that high quality waters are reasonably protected. I think I think that's not the intent of the anti-DEG analysis. I don't think that we want to suggest that all high quality waters can go up to the objectives that we've set in the basin plans without more protections. And so again, that's just an issue I think across the board with our anti-DEG analysis that I always have concerns about what the implications are for that, if that would reset the anti-DEG analysis levels for all future permitting for those waters. So just would love to hear something to give me a little comfort on that. But I guess all of that said, I don't have required or things that I would need to be addressed, and look forward to beyond, what I think you're already identified from the other speakers.
So, if it's all right with the board, I'd like to just summarize a few things, make sure that before we go, that we're on the right track. We are going to be looking at language changes in the change sheet 2 to clarify what's expected and what we will propose on the monitoring to clarify the 100 milligram per liter for both metals and for organics. We'll also be looking at the using that same study to look at the appropriateness of the detection level as a screening tool in that, so that we would bundle that together as part of that process. I would also suggest that our legal counsel will provide some more discussion, probably not any changes, but point out in the permit on the anti-DAG analysis. Would also suggest that it is appropriate for us to prepare a motion for Member Firestone, if she would like to introduce it, adding the NEL for nutrients for the board to vote on as an amendment that you can vote on that one specific and then move on to, no matter how that goes, to voting for the permit. We do that lots of times, and if that's something that you'd like, we can prepare that in the same time.
Board member?
Well, really, I'd like to hear from, I don't think you need to prepare a whole amendment if other board members aren't interested. So it's, don't need to really look to other board members to weigh in on that one.
Fellow colleagues? Board member McGuire.
I appreciate your concerns, and I honestly, on many levels, I share them. I share the concerns about the harmful algal bloom proliferation. I feel strongly that the board needs to take action and be proactive in addressing nutrient issues. And I am hopeful that we're going to be doing that soon with our biostimulatory policy and other efforts that are underway. So that being said, construction sites, I also believe, are unique. And biological treatment for nutrient removal is a challenging thing to do on a temporary site. As a civil engineer, I can appreciate how daunting that a requirement like that, and maybe even impossible, or an expectation like that might be. So, as I understand it, the fact that there will be an NAL means that if we proceed this way, means that we will get better information, right? We're going to increase our data collection as well as it relates to nitrogen and nutrients, and have a better understanding of how those constituents are present and even addressed through BMPs in construction stormwater. The other piece I'll just comment on is there is actually an NEL still for the other half of nutrients, which is phosphorus. That is still in the permit, as I understand it, because it is looked at differently, and I believe conceived as a more achievable requirement in this case. So I hope that shows that, I believe staff, I'm comfortable with their recommendation, that they're looking at it case by case, constituent by constituent, and trying to come up with the best recommendations and translations possible. So.
Thank you for the colloquy. And I will say, really do side here with Board Member Firestone when it comes to how we start to continue to find those opportunities to be clear and more aggressive when it comes to these challenges of nutrient pollution, all pollution in the state, but certainly those that will most impact us in a warming climate, and how we use our regulatory programs to ensure that we give ourselves our best chance, which I firmly believe they are. I really appreciate the exchange. I think enough direction, for lunch, and we can go ahead and come back at about 1:35, 1:40. 2 o'clock, do you want an hour? We can give an hour. Okay.
Thank you.
2 o'clock it is. And so thank you, everyone. Appreciate the good discussion. we'll have more of it after we have some food in our stomachs. Thank you. Recessed until 2 p.m.
Okay, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Oh, I saw you should have paid more attention to whether folks. No need to run. Sorry. We can begin to gather back. It is 2:00, and I hope everyone had a good lunch. Who best to kick us off on reviewing? Oh, that's a good point. Mr. Bishop he was going to kick us off. Okay. Oh, and I'm also missing my vice chair. Let's just wait a moment. Oh, no, she isn't. Actually, I apologize. I just remembered she will not be here for the vote. So we will wait a moment for Mr. Bishop to get back. Apologize to folks on the platform and otherwise. Let's go ahead and say we'll start here at 2:05. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop, and apologize for those on the online platform. If you got up and thought you had a moment more, you'll be able to catch up.
All right. Great. So, we have proposed some language that we're going to show in just a minute, but I wanted to preface that a little bit with on the general concept before they go into the words on the page. But generally, what we're proposing is making it 2 reopeners related to studies, both one for the pesticides, the organics, and one for the metals. And what we're proposing is that the staff work with the stakeholders to develop a plan for what would be sampled, where, when, how often, and report that back to the board through an executive director's report and for the pesticides within a year. So 1 year from now. The length of that implementation will depend on what we determine as the number of storm events and the amount of sampling needed, and that'll determine how long, because with stormwater, it depends on how much rain we get and those kinds of things that make it harder to clarify that. We also gave ourselves a little more time on the metals because that doesn't go into effect immediately, and we're proposing an additional year. We may end up doing that concurrently with the pesticides or may not. They are in 2 different watersheds, so they'll have 2 different sets of sites that would be involved, and so it may or may not make sense to do that concurrently or not, and we'll work through that with the stakeholders as we go through it. So the plan is to have a firm date to get back to you with the work plan, laying out the what's proposed, and then in that plan we would describe the timing for when the implementation of that plan would be completed. And I think that gives a good preface. And Serena?
Courtney, could you pull up the... So these are the proposed sections that we would make modifications to. The first 2 are in the order in the reopener section. And the first change is regarding the metals specifically and includes the soil screening investigation expressly, because that was something that there was interest in. And then for the final sentence, made it broader, that any of the requirements implementing the TMDL could be revisited, not just the specific TSS numeric effluent limitation. The second change, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down a little bit, is a mere paragraph to address organochlorine pesticides and PCBs. The language is the same, except as John noted, the date is different. It would be September 1st, 2023. And then the date for the State Water Board to evaluate whether additional changes would be necessary would be upon completion of the work required in the plan rather than by August 31st, 2028. And then the third change is to attachment H, and this is just a cross-reference to the reopener provisions. It does extend to the second page. And to be clear, this is showing changes that the changes on change sheet 2 were already reflected. The underlined strikeout only shows changes since then.
Before moving on, because I think, well, and actually, are there any additional changes? I apologize. Okay,
Just those
that was
three.
it. Okay. Then
I
Board
just-
Member Firestone.
Yeah, just clarity. What are we proposing to do to provide the whole plan in the executive director's report? What are we actually providing in the executive director's report?
We would give you a notification of the plan and then a link to it. It wouldn't be, the whole plan wouldn't be in there.
And then is this this is committing to a public hearing regardless of the outcomes, or this is just
So this portion is committing to develop the plan, and then we would implement the plan. We would bring to the board any if there's anything warranted by the changes by the information found. We're not committing to come back to the board if at the end of it there's no change that is warranted.
Okay, I just couldn't tell from the language if it was optional for having a hearing. I don't know. We could just pull it back up. I just saw it briefly.
If you could scroll up to the first two changes, it relates to those. So I think you're referring to the last sentence of both clauses, that the State Water Board will evaluate at a publicly noticed board meeting.
So we are committing. I apologize. We are committing to come back with the results from that at a public meeting so that the board can determine if there's anything.
And the distinction is in the language that was up while John was speaking on the reopeners for metals, that is only a hearing if the board makes a decision to reopen or changes are necessary to reopen. Then there will need to be a public hearing. So that could lead to some of the confusion, is that there are different standards. Here, under the first, we are going to hold a public meeting, but the public hearing only happens on the reopeners for the metals if we actually reopen to include new information or new requirements.
Well, I think what we're trying to distinguish is, so that in the first instance, it's just a determination of whether you want to make changes. It's not necessarily a commitment to at August 31st or by August 31st, 2028 to have changes before you to actually amend the permit.
But there will be a hearing to consider whether we want to revise. And then if we did, there would be a process around that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Board member. Require.
Great. Yes. Thank you. I really appreciate the proposed changes. I'm very comfortable with what you're laying out here. I think this is a very good approach for addressing, a number of the concerns that I've had today. So thank you for doing that. I still have this lingering lack of understanding a little bit. So if you could just help me understand a little bit better. If we go through this process, so the study's completed, there's a hearing, and let's say there is a finding by the board at that time that there's interest in revising the limit, whatever direction that goes. Could you talk a little bit more again about the anti-backsliding element of that analysis and what would that process look like in within the sphere of this change that we're considering here?
Sure. So it would be a separate analysis probably for metals than for the pesticides and PCB. So for metals, the numeric effluent limitation will not have gone into effect under the proposal before you reevaluate it. So we do not think that there will be an anti-backsliding issue at all because it's not in effect. For the pesticides and PCBs, so long as we still have assurance that the water quality standards are going to be met, we don't think there will be a backsliding issue. And presumably we would only make a change if it's in fact increasing our assurance.
Yeah, and if I can add, I think importantly, anti-degradation policy analysis is about current conditions, not theoretical future conditions that a permit or things may create. So since we're within that window of even applicability, even if you were to say, there'd be some issue there. Yeah, I think it minimizes it further. That's all.
Okay. Well, if there's no other comments, I would be happy to make a motion on this.
Yeah, I think, if I were to say, I feel, and actually, Board Member Firestone, I want you to speak before I necessarily wrap.
I think Ms. Lou is going to add.
Yeah, well, please.
I was going to also offer to address the anti-degradation
Yeah,
issue.
thanks.
Okay, so we wanted to say we would agree that it would not be consistent with the policies if we had found, so long as the water continues to meet water quality objectives, no further analysis is necessary. But I think if you actually look at the fact sheet language and our analysis, that's not what we said at all. So I want to emphasize in the fact sheet, we say generally we do not expect there to be degradation, but we go on to make the findings because we can't guarantee that there would not be any. And then the concerns are that I think there was some confusion over only one prong of the anti-deg analysis, and that was the harm to the public interest. And we go into detail more in the comments and response to comments, but keep in mind the anti-deg analysis is generalized and programmatic given the nature of this permit. Projects can happen throughout the state, and we don't have project-specific details at the time of adoption. And we conclude in our anti-deg analysis that the harm to the public interest would be minor and speculative, and that's because both because beneficial uses will continue to be met, and because impacts to water quality would be minor and short-term at most. So hopefully that helps add some clarity. There is more detail in the fact sheet, and of course we can provide more information if that would help address concerns.
Yeah, that's helpful. I don't think I have questions at this time.
Can I just ask a clarifying question on that? So if it was found that there was a storm event where there was long-term impacts, the regional board could the regional board still take discretionary enforcement if there was, 7 days of discharge from a site, or something longer than a couple of minutes?
So first, the regional board can take enforcement if they've impacted the receiving water with their discharge. If they're meeting all the requirements in the permit and they're still impacting the receiving water, then you're going to have to look at there's a general requirement for not causing or contributing to exceedances of water quality standards. And so there is a general enforcement ability for impacts that they make. It's a harder bar, I would concede.
It's a higher bar, but the regional board still could conceivably take enforcement actions.
Yes, and I think it might help to clarify the purpose of the anti-deg analysis is to, like, the comparison point is, are there other options available from the regulatory framework we're putting forth in the permit? So it's not making a decision about any specific project, and it's not limiting future decisions with respect to any specific project.
And it's not establishing a different degradation standard or baseline uh, for current high quality waters? Is it authorizing degradation for high quality waters for purposes of anti-degradation analysis going forward? So is it basically saying high quality waters, we don't expect degradation to occur for high quality waters, but there might be some minor amounts. And if those minor amounts happen and it changes those high quality waters to up to the objective, then is that the new baseline for anti-deg analysis? Do you know what I'm asking?
And I think we'd have to acknowledge that we have a significant information gap on that. So to determine for any particular water body whether that changes the baseline, we'd also have to know if the baseline had already been changed already by another permit. And so that's why at the outset I was trying to emphasize that we can only do so much with the information that we have. And given that this permit is a general permit, we stuck to the high level programmatic analysis that we are able to do. It is possible for an individual water body, it could, but we wouldn't know that without additional information.
Really appreciate the discussion and very helpful. Thank you. Is there anything else? And then otherwise, for me, it strikes still yet a further balance. It was a balance, and I think it's appropriate. And the success of having had these conversations and gone through this and have now additional language is, I hope, a real faith and trust as we meet these timelines and engage in this work and have a better sense. This is a board that's incredibly committed to following the science and following the data. And so I'm comfortable and in here, certainly looking to the work ahead to really continue to build the trust. I think that I continue to hear sometimes, or at least I feel, is we just need more of. So I'm comfortable. Thank you. I really appreciate the good discussion and dialogue and the working nature of this board. It means a lot, and so does the participation of everyone in today's discussion. I think we may be prepared with that.
Okay, great. And I want to take this opportunity also just to thank the team, the staff. If I haven't already done that, I wanted to make sure I do that here. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done. Just all the meetings with me, the tour, which was so informative. All the outreach that you've done has been, invaluable. And Amy, if you're listening, you were a key part of that team. So I really appreciate your contributions as well. There you are. Thank you very much. So I didn't want to let that slip away. But so with that, I am happy to make a motion to adopt the order with change sheets number 1 and number 2, as well as the changes displayed on screen and partially read into the record. If I got that right.
We're seeing a nod.
I'll second.
Thank you, board member. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous with 1 absentee, and really appreciate everyone's incredible work. Just thank you. I would feel like it's a celebration, but I know there is so much work now that is after this big moment that it's actually still yet a pause for it. So thank you all for your work. I know it's taken a long while to get here. We still have more to do. So thank you. With that, wraps up item number 7, 8, brings us to our last item. Sorry if I'm getting my numbering wrong. I got to get my agenda right in front of me again. Board member reports. Anyone would like to kick us off?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I just have one. It was a big one. It was a really good day. September 30th, I had the honor of joining Chair Esquivel and the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board on a tour of our wildfire areas. It was they took us up in the helicopter, so we got to see quite a bit of the state and the areas that have been impacted over the past 4 or 5 years about just wildfire and just that impact that not only the immediate impact, but the long-term environmental impacts that wildfires have on our state. So it was very educational. Learned a lot during that tour. Really want to thank the Central Valley Regional Board for offering that tour and spending the day just walking us through just the tremendous amount of work that occurs around wildfires and the coordination and collaboration within the water boards and just also with our sister agencies. And so that's all I have.
Thank you, board member. And I'll just say with the wildfire tour, it was not lost on me that it is a critical wildfire time, and it was really great to be able to have the participation we did from folks that are on the front lines as things continue to unfold in our communities around it. And to be able to see it from the sky was my first time in a helicopter. I was impressed. No, it was meaningful to be able to be out there, especially with our regional water quality control board colleagues who are, day in, day out working with the permittees and here trying to balance what is an incredible shift from, especially in the harvest of lumber, what was a green, timber permit dominated workload for the region is now all about recovery and, just pivoting on what are these regulatory programs that we built for, very different circumstances, and seeing the amount of work that I know goes into that was really, really great. And so thank you for the leadership of just pulling that together and helping me be able to really experience that. It was good to do so with you. Let me quickly take a look, and there've been a number of things, but I'll just kind of pass over to other board members to start reporting so I can maybe get a better summary of some.
Okay, I can do that. So August 25th, I spoke at the Urban Water Institute conference down in San Diego, and it was a really good discussion on a bunch of developing and ongoing issues. There was a fantastic presentation on the Colorado River and some of the challenges that are going on right now with the allocation decisions that are happening. The Bureau was there, Metropolitan, and a representative from the Central Arizona Project. So for me, it was good to have that multiple state perspective and understanding, even though it's not directly something we're weighing on as a board. It does factor in to the whole entirety of the drought and the significance of the water supply challenges that we're facing here in the coming months and years. My presentation was on drinking water standard setting, and mostly focused on emerging contaminants and how we better understand the process for regulations and move through that process in a well-founded, transparent way that incorporates the best science. So a lot of similar to what we were just discussing today as it relates to construction stormwater. So too, we had a similar dialogue about drinking water standard setting. So I thought it was good. I know there's a bill going through the legislature, maybe at the governor's desk right now. I don't know what the status of that is. But the concept, the discussion about CECs and how they're handled, my panel was everything except PFAS, because actually Darren Prohimus was on the afternoon panel and they were focused on PFAS. So they had a separate bin of discussion there. And so that was good. And then there was also a good panel on urban water conservation. So all in all, a good day and time well spent. And that is all I had. Oh, I will flag that next week on Tuesday, I'm speaking on a panel at the Water Reuse Conference in San Francisco. And we'll be there with Nancy Vogel.
Great. Did we already report back on the Monterey trip at a board meeting? I think not. So at least I looked that we were going to go. Yeah. So I think that's right. So after since the last board meeting, we went to board member McGuire and I did a trip down to Monterey and Santa Cruz counties and got a number of really good tours. One was with a number of communities that were on domestic wells or state smalls that were getting bottled water and looking to try to consolidate into a larger system. The cost for consolidating individual households in is really expensive per capita. The local community services district was really taking a leadership role in looking regionally on how they could both improve their own customers as well as linking in new customers. And I think impressively, leading a effort to utilize our funds to provide bottled water to folks in their service area that are not connected to their water system. So they don't have them as customers, but are still providing them bottled water through our emergency program. So just real incredible local leadership, both from community residents that have been working for years to try to get their houses connected to a public water system, as well as the local agency that's working to do that. Talked to some residents that had 123 TCP in their wells. And just to say, some of the folks that talked about how they had incredibly high levels of nitrate. I mean, what was it, like 7 times the MCL or something like that? Just the highest amounts I've seen, so much so that I don't, at least normal treatment would not be adequate. You'd have to really make sure that the normal treatment processes would be able to handle or how often that would need to be maintained to address those levels of nitrate. But also Chrome 6 and 123 TCP. And one of the residents talked about paying a lot of money to drill a deeper well to get out of that, had good water for a few years, and then saw those that same well become contaminated again. I think that's just a good sobering reminder of the challenges of just drilling a new well or a deeper well without addressing the contaminants themselves and how resilient, I guess, that solution really is. They also were piloting a point of entry 123 TCP treatment because it's a VOC, so exposure can be in showers, not just drinking water. So they were trying to make sure that the houses were able to not be exposed to 123 TCP, even though it was in the water. That's different, of course, than nitrates or arsenic, where the exposure in showers or thermal is not significant. So that was really interesting. A lot of challenges there as well that were good lessons learned. And I think there'll be a point of use pilot that the SAFER program has been working on that brings together that experience and others to kind of learn about how do point of use and point of entry work as a potential solution for areas where you really can't connect them to a centralized system. Got a great tour of Monterey One Water. Loved being able to see how they are just taking every kind of water resource they can find. And I think Board Member Morgan, you're always like, wastewater is a resource. They definitely are seeing it that way, not just for municipal wastewater, for ag drainage, for industrial wastewater. They are looking for every drop of water they can get and recycling it. They have an advanced treatment process as well that can do a certain portion of that. Also saw a lot of challenges including actually algae problems, and that's preventing them from using some of those sources. So just thinking about how with climate change and as we're looking to expand recycling, things like nutrients and algae blooms can mean that we don't have water supply for water recycling that otherwise we would. And then also, I'll just say, lastly, we visited a site that was a state small, that UCLA has been doing a pilot around it's almost like a centralized treatment, a tiny little package centralized treatment plant for a state small that's reverse osmosis filtration for basically an apartment building. So it's not a public water system, it's a state small. And it is looking at whether or not that is feasible. It's still calculating a number of the costs, because I think a lot of that is what it comes down to is how much is that feasible to operate economically, and then also just technically, how would you make sure that those systems can be operated with the kind of operators you need, and that's really a governance issue, and also sort of tees up this broader challenge we have around governance, and especially point of use, point of entry, or these really dispersed sort of package model. So just learned a lot. Really enjoyed being able to learn that with Board Member McGuire. And I don't know if you have anything you want to add to it, but it was a great trip.
I don't think I can add much to that. I think that was a great summary, and thank you for catching that. I obviously didn't scroll back far enough on my calendar. I forgot we had 3 weeks in between the last board meeting. But I will say, one thing about Monterey One Water that's interesting is that, not only are they doing indirect pullable reuse now to augment drinking water, but they also use recycled water for agriculture. And so it's a little bit different than I think a lot of wastewater treatment facilities where that's one end use, one reuse purpose. Here they have that tension between, what limited water they have, and they're scrambling and doing an amazing job gathering it. But how is it then allocated? And so there's, certainly some pressures there, but it was seeing all the drinking water systems, learning more about the state smalls and the challenges there. Thank you so much, Board Member Firestone, for reaching out to Community Water Center. And also we had really wonderful participation from the Central Valley Regional Board. Matt Keeling was there with us and was great because they've been so involved in the same issues in the Valley, or in the Central Coast, sorry. And so it was a good time. Thank you.
Thank you both. That's really fantastic to hear. And it's just a very unique region. We have a lot of different things going on there, and the opportunity to be out there, really connect, understand it in a way that a briefing just doesn't capture is really great. So thank you guys. And it was I had to take a moment because I had to figure out and root myself in my calendar. It has been very busy. I actually missed the second day of our last board meeting because I went down to the Central Valley. That went well. It was a great tour to be able to be there with Secretary Holland, Commissioner Touton, Congressman Jim Costa, our Secretary Wade Crowfoot at Resources Agency was there. So was Karen Ross from Department of Agriculture, and Carla Namath, our director at DWR. So we were well represented. It was really good to have and continue to build what is a really important relationship with the federal government, but importantly, the continuum to locals as well. And so some really good and honest conversations around the impacts of drought, what folks are facing in agriculture in the Central Valley, and really appreciated the space that we had for that. After the board meeting, I drove down to Fresno. Then that next day, after that event, I drove down to Irvine to then meet up again with the secretary and the commissioner and Secretary Crowfoot this time, and we were down at Irvine Ranch and able to tour around but more importantly, have a discussion with a lot of the local leadership there to talk about water recycling and the really innovative things that are part of the solution on the Colorado River. That was very much front of mind, I think, for many of us, as we know we need to reduce our dependency. We know local projects
like Pure Water Monterey or other recycling allows us to do more with those local supplies and ease those pressures. And so it was good. I think the secretary said that, it was one of the first times she was really starting to feel excited about the potential in the future and where we were. And I think there is a lot of excitement because as much as we know, and we here at this board, I think are very sensitive to the real dire conditions that so many of our communities are facing in the face of this drought and longer term challenges. There are things that are places that we're innovating. There's ways that we can really connect to the discussion around the management of our resource in a way that gets us away from, I know what the governor would say is our old binaries. So that was all incredible and was appreciative of that space. And then the following week, I was in the Coachella Valley with Regional Administrator Martha Guzman, and local leadership. The Torres Martinez tribe hosted us for a second discussion around what to do with the challenges that our community at Oasis Mobile Home Park face in the Eastern Coachella Valley, and importantly, what are we going to do on the bigger picture, knowing that there are some really complicated cases like Oasis that are on tribal land. We have a primacy and direct nexus with the federal government with it. You have the county, which is such a critical partner we know in any of the successes we have, and a need to figure it out. In that case, it's most complex, but we have many other parks. It's not just the Eastern Coachella Valley, it is the rest of the state. We know that this exists, and not unlike in Monterey, there's a really incredible discussion and leadership that's gone on with Pueblo Unido and others for decades now to bring point of use as an option, an interim option, we know, to a long-term consolidation that is increasingly in the offing. As the leadership of CVWD has really stood up, Castillo Estrada, the vice chair there, personally, coming as well from the community. So there was a lot of positive momentum around addressing Oasis, and there it was announced that the park would be closed. That's where we're going. It's going to take some time because of the complexities of finding appropriate housing for those that are in the park, and also ensuring folks aren't moving back in and creating, not unlike in other cases like Duroville, which is a historic example in the Eastern Coachella Valley, where it becomes a big challenge. We're not going through receivership. It's not in the courts. This is all being done because governments are coming together and saying, what do we do? How do we listen to communities? And it's incredibly, I felt very fortunate to, again, represent the board, its work, our role, the larger program when it comes to SAFER, and that there are so many threads here in the communities that we're visiting and that we're talking to that it's exciting to see. Then again, I was back in the Coachella Valley for a day this time. If I can figure out where I am, yesterday or 2 days ago, Tuesday. We're in our 2-day board meeting now, and so there was back in the Coachella Valley here. The Water Education for Latino Leaders pulled together a workshop that Oscar Torres, who is a council member for the city of Indio, kind of spearheaded. And so, it was a number of speakers from the local water districts, and then Eduardo Garcia, the local assembly member, and Wade Crowfoot and I kind of wrapped up in the last panel. And it was nice to have my parents there to acknowledge them. And so the entire, workload has been a lot. We're all out there a lot more. And it's really, I'm just appreciative of those opportunities that we're having. So thank you everyone for the invitations, for inviting us out, for wanting to listen and have us there. And I think that wraps up our board member reports and also this board meeting. I really want to thank everyone. It's been a good and productive 2 days. It always continues our opportunities to be productive grow, and appreciate everyone's contributions to the work. We'll see you. Next board meeting is here. Oh gosh. Tuesday the 6th. No, I'm going to not just try to pull this out we'll see you at our next board meeting. So the 20th. Thank you. September 20th. Thank you, Board Member Firestone. See you on the 20th. And I'm
I'm sure there's going to be a lot to report on. And until then, thank you guys. Take care. This meeting is adjourned.